everyone, and welcome. It's really my great honor to be your host for this afternoon. My name's Lisa Burke, and welcome to City l'Espace, where we're gathered from across Europe to celebrate this inaugural conference for UNIVERSEH. Now, UNIVERSEH, as you all know, is the European Space University for Earth and Humanity. This alliance of 5 European universities has big ambitions to create collaborative efforts from students to professors, industry and agencies to understand more deeply what will be needed for space education of the future, job creation for space jobs that don't yet exist, cross-pollination of skill sets and interdisciplinary teaching. All this with a view to designing employment-orientated curricula and instant opportunities through and after education. With the European ethos, the partners are committed to developing a curriculum with inclusivity at its core, education for all, which leads to more innovative thinking and naturally mobility and multilingualism across Europe. You might wonder why I'm here. Well, since I've lived in Luxembourg for the last 6 years, I've seen the launch of the Luxembourg Space Agency, partly through the charismatic work of the ex-politician Etienne Schneider, Space Resources.lu, and most recently ESRIC, the European Space Resources Innovation Centre. I've been lucky enough to present all of these launches and subsequent conferences and events, and so have borne witness to the rapid rise and development of the space industry and associated educational programs which have developed in Luxembourg. What is a clear challenge is to keep pace with the rate of change ahead and the competition in other countries and continents. I've also had the chance to present Asteroid Day for the last few years, and myself and some members of our Luxembourg team watched a great little film right here on asteroids yesterday. I'm sorry I'm not coming to you with quite the same strength as an asteroid on an IMAX movie scale. On a lighter note, I flew here via Paris Charles de Gaulle Airport, but my luggage didn't make it. Just one tiny example of how every single system and person is important when it comes to all that is involved in aerospace, a place where very little is allowed to be forgotten or go wrong without major consequences. On the plus side for me, if Air France will refund me, I've had to shop more than I've intended. Now, do join us on social media. All the usual hashtags are available for UNIVERSEH. It's available on LinkedIn. It's available on Twitter. You can tweet throughout the course of the event, but of course, keep your phones on silent to hear our wonderful speakers. And now, to formally open this conference, please let me welcome to the stage Philippe Rambaud, President of Université Fédérale Toulouse Midi-Pyrénées.
Dear member of European Parliament, dear member of French Parliament, dear Vice President of Toulouse Métropole, dear rectors, dear partners, dear colleagues and students. It's really a great honor and a huge pleasure to welcome you today on behalf of the University of Toulouse in the privileged environment of the Cité de l'Espace. A special thanks to Jean-Baptiste Desbois, his director. I remind you that 5 academic institutions are involved in the European Space University for Earth and Humanity, UNIVERSEH, founded by Erasmus+. The universities of Düsseldorf, Krakow, Luleå, Luxembourg, and Toulouse, with our French easy understanding landscape, so it's for Toulouse University Paul Sabatier, University Jean Jaurès, University Isabelle Super-Héros, and Toulouse Business School, and Toulouse National Polytechnic Institute. Together, we share 4 aims. First, to contribute to the EU's effort to develop space exploration to the Moon and Mars, obviously, but also to keep the dream of space living. Second, we want to create innovative aerospace environment, medicine, agriculture, and space economy. It's our technologic bet. But third, we also consider as a priority to use space for societal challenges, fighting climate change or managing natural resources. Finally, we consider that space sustainability is essential to guarantee the ability of all human beings to continue to use outer space over the long term. Today, this conference on space and the University of the Future in Europe is an opportunity, after more than 1 year of online exchanges due to the COVID-19, to tackle together those challenges and to meet physically all the partners from UNIVERSEH. We have also, and of course, already begun to work to deploy the project, but the last year has shown how important are meetings and direct contact between people. That's why we were eager this day. That's why we are so happy to welcome you. I would like to address a special thanks to our institutional and economic partners who have accepted to mobilize today to share their views and expectations about the future of space. Your point of view are crucial for us to develop our education programs, our outreach initiatives, and now, with the new support of EU called Beyond UNIVERSEH, our research collaborations. All those topics are especially important for our institutions, but also for EU. And the French presidency that will start on the 1st of January 2022 will have some initiatives to ease the success of all European alliances. Mr. Bois, representative of French Minister of Higher Education, Research and Innovation, Frédéric Vidal, will give us more details in a few moments. Before ending, a unique but strong word for the organization's team, Emmanuel, Hélène, Mathilde, and all their colleagues in all the academic institutions. This word is bravo. I'm sure that this day will be rich in fruitful exchanges, and I hope that the weather will let you discover Toulouse under the sun tomorrow. Enjoy your stay and keep space in your dreams. I'm sure that UNIVERSEH will make them become true. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Philippe. Now, please welcome Manuel Bois, who is a representative from the Ministry of Higher Education, Research and Innovation.
Dear members of parliaments, dear members of UNIVERSEH, so dear academics, dear students, and dear stakeholders. On behalf of Minister Frédéric Vidal, I would like first of all to thank Mr. Rimbaud for inviting me to this conference dedicated to the launch of UNIVERSEH. The European initiative, Universities Initiative, to which France is particularly attached, was put forward by the President, Emmanuel Macron, and it represents more than a promise. It's a major turning point for the future of the European higher education, research, and innovation area. The changes and innovations that this dynamic will bring are crucial to train future generations of Europeans and significantly increase Europe's attractiveness and competitiveness on a global scale. This is particularly accurate in the field of space. Today, 41 pilot projects are testing new models of cooperation, governance, training, research, and innovation. These alliances involve more than 280 higher education institutions, which represents nearly 20% of all students in Europe. They mobilize more than 1,000 associated partners from Europe and elsewhere, institutions, research centers, companies, region, etc. The enthusiasm for this initiative remains intact among higher education, research, and innovation stakeholders, and its impact is growing. The COVID pandemic has acted as a catalyst for alliances, encouraging institutions to further strengthen their ties and accelerate their cooperation. The coming period with the new EU budget and national recovery plans will help consolidating these European universities, which together with European research infrastructures, constitute the most tangible evidence of our European higher education, research and innovation area. Over 20 countries, including France, have chosen to provide financial support to their institutions in addition to Erasmus Plus and the framework program for research and innovation. In the French case, we are bringing 100 million euros over 10 years. But as we are celebrating the launch of this alliance, we are already thinking about what comes next, as soon as next year. Our take on the future of the initiative is as simple as that. Empower the alliances to deepen their collaboration, let them show us that the model works, and contribute to the transformation of higher education in Europe. If this means add new partners, that's fine. If this means consolidating local ecosystems, disseminating good practices and resources, fine as well. In the field of higher education and research and innovation, the issue of the future of the European universities will be at the core of our ambitions for the French presidency of the Council of the European Union in the first half of 2022, with 3 keywords: recovery, power, belonging. We are considering the following priorities: going deeper into the implementation of the knowledge square, combining higher education, research, innovation, and service to society. The challenge will be to work on several concrete projects, illustrating the synergies between these components, within particular the European strategy of universities, citizen involvement in missions, and a European initiative on innovation ecosystems. We will also prepare the next steps for the true rollout of the European universities, in order to deepen the sense of belonging to the European project. We will contribute to providing a framework for the deployment of these new players on the European higher education, research and innovation landscape. We will in particular focus on the research component of the alliances and also pave the way towards European degrees and possible dedicated statutes, striving to make it possible to jointly recruit researchers and teachers or to set up joint laboratories. Finally, but not least, we will take over the work on the new international strategy for cooperation in higher education, research and innovation. Our aim is to build on the momentum reached with the fresh conclusions adopted on Tuesday in order to launch a new multilateral dialogue for cooperation. A large number of high-level events will take place in France in order to illustrate these priorities, such as the Forum of Universities for the Future of Europe that will take place in Paris on the 26th of January 2022. This forum will constitute a milestone for building a shared ambition between stakeholders, member states, and the EU on the future of higher education, and in particular, the European Universities Initiative. Thank you.
so much, Manuel. Next, we have a man who's been very busy over the last few weeks. You may well have had an email or two from him. Please let me introduce to you on stage Emmanuel Zanou, who's going to tell you all about Université. He is the Université coordinator at the Université Fédérale Toulouse.
So good morning, everybody. If you can show my screen, thank you. Okay, so good morning, everybody. Thank you for being here to all stakeholders, academics, and students. I will make you a short presentation of the project. So just a few words about the background and context. It's coming from the Social Summit in 2017. And from there was the idea to work and to strengthen networks of universities across Europe, especially by creating some networks of university to go to some specific topics. And from there, we have, after discussing with some partners across Europe, decided to create one ambitious project, which is the creation of a comprehensive European university focusing on the space sector and considering social, societal, and environmental challenges. And from there, it was called the European Space University for Earth and Humanity, or UNIVERSEH. What are our vision and objective? To build one of the first European university comprehensive on the space sector, to develop multidisciplinary, interdisciplinary courses and programs, to prepare students and professionals for future jobs and future market needs, to prepare future citizens with a comprehensive approach of today's and tomorrow's challenges, to promote European value, inclusiveness, multilingualism, and mobility for students and staff, to develop also innovative approach for education and research, to support innovation and entrepreneurship among students and staff, to strengthen UNIVERSEH as a European leader of the space sector, to strengthen the European Union as a global leader of the space sector, and to break the supposed or not barrier between academics and, let's say, the real life, to contribute finally to raising awareness of the space sector among the general public. So a few words now about the consortium. So the Université Fédérale de Toulouse-Midi-Pyrénées, with the University of Luxembourg, the University of Düsseldorf, the Luleå Technical University, and AGH in Krakow. So the University of Toulouse, it's a big old university with more than 100,000 students, and is ranked #1 for students in France. The University of Luxembourg, which is quite a young university, but very active, and ranked #1 for international outlook, thanks to the THE ranking. The University of Düsseldorf, more social and human sciences, with one university hospital, and #1 citizen university, especially for the Night of Science. The Luleå Technical University on the north, which is ranked #1 for research and for commissioning research and industry. And finally, the University of AGH in Krakow, which is #1 in Poland, technical university in Poland. Now, regarding the project, what does it mean, a comprehensive European university on the space sector, considering social, societal, and environmental challenges? 6 disciplines mean, of course, science and engineering, but also economy, business, and finance, medicine and health, human, social, and social sciences, art and cultural studies, innovation, and entrepreneurship. Focusing on the space sector, so it's a 4-segment approach: space for Earth and humanity, space sustainability, which is mainly access to space and what is around Earth, the space settlement and resources, and finally, space exploration and deep space. So more concretely, we can address a lot of topics, especially for the first segment, navigation mobility, all climate change, of course, earth science, agriculture, geodata and AI, etc. For the second segment, we can address all access to space, space debris, but also space law, some geopolitical issues, constellation, etc. For the third segment, which is no more science fiction today, we can address architecture, in-situ resources utilization, robotics, telemedicine, water management, energy management, confinement, etc. And for final segment, which is probably one of the oldest, science fiction, literature, cultural studies, deep space, etc. So it means to build a comprehensive university on the space sector, we have 6 disciplines, 4 segments, and the idea is to build some courses and some programs on the 24 box of the matrix. So we have a long-term vision. It's a 3-year project, which is already funded by the European Union, and but we built a 7-year. We have a 7-year vision on this project. One example to illustrate this is that, for instance, we have the objective within the 3 years to have at least one course of any box somewhere in Europe, and in 7 years to have all courses accessible to all students wherever he studies. So we have the concept of a single class, meaning that the class is regroups students from France, from Poland, etc. We have many partners and supports, not only in science and engineering, or not only big groups on the space sector, but we have also the 5 space agencies of the European Space Agencies, some associations, some other students, the public authorities, some other labs, and other academic partners and SMEs. So just here a small snapshot of our main sponsor, main supporter, so thank you very much for being here especially. Now, not too long, but more in details, there is today 2 projects, one education-oriented and one space-oriented, and we want all academics, students, and stakeholders participating to this project. So for instance, I want to highlight some few of them by building or supporting summer and winter schools, by together defining the future skills and competencies for our students for the future. And you already know there is an ongoing survey. We will talk a little bit about it later. And to draw with you the future programs. Also, in terms of innovation, we want to strengthen innovation for pedagogy, for teaching and research. In terms of entrepreneurship and innovation, we know that it's now becoming very important for the European Space Agency and for everybody. So through hackathon, mentoring, cooperation. Also, equity, inclusion, and diversity, especially by welcoming all students, whatever is his background. And sustainability and dissemination, especially communication, and also sustainability in an economic way. And regarding the research-oriented project called Beyond UNIVERSEH, one of the work package is to give us a roadmap 2035 and a vision 2050. It's important that all of us participate to it. Also by building virtual labs with among academic partners, but also with stakeholders, by defining a major program. Also talking about transfer knowledge and innovation strategy, and to communicate, especially outside the labs. Finally, also to disseminate with respect to other European universities and also public authorities. So, regarding the agenda, we have started UNIVERSEH project 1 year ago, almost. And now we are officially starting the Beyond UNIVERSEH project. And we expect in 7 years to have a fully running program among us. So regarding stakeholders involvement, because I mean here you are more than half of stakeholders, and it's very important once again for us that all stakeholders participate to this project. So the governance of UNIVERSEH and Beyond, and we have one advisory board and one student council. So you participate fully to the project. And as a reminder, for all of you, you participate to the stakeholder committee as a partner, supporters, but also some of you will participate to the advisory board. So it's an official entity, the advisory board, and who help us to take some decision and to draw the university of tomorrow. So beyond some objective and commitments of stakeholders, I just would like to highlight that the main objective for us is, of course, to participate to this project, but to build the future together. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Emmanuel, for explaining that very clearly. And as mentioned, he's picked up on a few points that we will discuss in some roundtables this afternoon. Now to our keynote speakers. Please firstly welcome Christoph Krödler, who is a member of the European Parliament.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear all, I'm very happy to be here with you today for the official launch of the European Space University for Earth and Humanity. As a member of the European Parliament, it's a pleasure to see such a beautiful European project coming to life. In particular, this launch reflects the success of the concept of European universities, presented for the first time by French President Emmanuel Macron during its last Sorbonne speech in September 2017. Let me quote what he said that day. I believe we should create European universities, a network of universities across Europe with programs that all have all their students study abroad and take classes in at least 2 languages. These European universities will also be drivers of educational innovation on the quest for excellence. The goal was to create at least 20 of them by 2024. Following that speech, the European Commission opened a call for proposals to create the first European universities. And you know what? It was a tremendous success. In all 27 member states, new contacts were made, new bridges were created, exchanges between universities intensified. Finally, less than 4 years after the speech of President Macron, more than 41 European universities were created, gathering more than 165 higher education institutions. And here we are in Toulouse with this University for Space. I want here to salute the founders of this university, from Toulouse to Luleå, Luxembourg, Germany, Crocus, and all the people that made that project possible. In particular, let me congratulate you on the team chosen for this university. space. It's a file where I'm particularly involved in the European Parliament as rapporteur of the space program for my group and as vice president of the Sky and Space Intergroup. Space activities, you know, are crucial in our everyday lives. From helping you to get around in the streets of Toulouse, with the help provided to emergency services during natural disasters, or advising a farmer on the best day to plant its seeds. We see that space is everywhere in our daily lives. And the best of space research and engineering is often done by a collaboration between Europeans. Programs like Ariane launchers, the Galileo positioning system, or the observation satellites Copernicus are great examples of what we can achieve as Europeans. Today, with UNIVERSEH, we go one step further. We will be able to train European experts, engineers, technicians, researchers, students dedicated to space. From the start, the students and researchers will have this European added value, this, I can say, European vision. And they will learn how to work together as European. This is the step further for our European space policy by having a real European training. Finally, let me say that in the great global competition, everything starts with education, research, and innovation. Here, UNIVERSEH has a key role to play in all our successful space projects. Quantum constellation, space traffic management, launchers on satellites of tomorrow, etc. In that way, UNIVERSEH will help us reinforce our European strategic autonomy and expand our knowledge so we can better compete at the international level. To conclude, I would like to wish the very best of success to the European Space University for Health and Humanity. I will follow closely the development of this university, and if I have the occasion, I will visit with pleasure the different locations from Sweden, Germany, to Poland or Luxembourg. One last word about exploration, maybe. As you may know, the European Space Agency is planning to send astronauts to the moon by the end of the decade, and maybe later to Mars. I am sure that students from UNIVERSEH will work on these incredible projects to the moon on Mars. And maybe will we have some astronauts coming from UNIVERSEH on the moon or Mars in a few years. Who knows? Thank you very much, and long life UNIVERSEH, and long life Europe.
Thank you so much, Christophe, for those very charming words at the end of optimism and hope. Next, we actually have a video. This is from Geraldine Naja, who is the Acting Director for Industry, Procurement and Legal Services at the European Space Agency.
Hello, everybody. Let me first apologize for not being physically present with you today in Toulouse, as I would have liked to be, but unfortunately my DG called me for other commitments. Nevertheless, I'm happy and very honored to be with you today to tell you more about space, about the European Space Agency, about new space in Europe, and about the importance of higher education for space. So I thank you again for having invited me to speak to you on this important day of the opening of the UNIVERSEH. Today, I would like to talk to you about three subjects. First of all, what is ESA? What is the European Space Agency? Second, what are our new priorities at ESA? And third, what is the priority about commercialization of space, and why is commercialization now such an important subject for all of us? So I would like to start with ESA. What is the European Space Agency? The European Space Agency is an intergovernmental agency created in 1975 with 22 member states and 3 associate states and 1 cooperating state. Intergovernmental agency, it means it's an independent agency which is tasked to make research and development in all sectors of the space activity. It has a strong link with the European Union, but it's not an EU agency. And as I said, it is active in all sectors of space activities, encompassing, for instance, launchers, human and robotic exploration, applications such as Earth observation, satellite communications, navigation, and of course, science, technology. It has mandatory and optional programs, which means that some of its programs are compulsory for all of its member states, and the vast majority of its programs are optional. The member states can choose whether or not to participate, and they can also choose the level of their participation. So you see, our agency is a very flexible agency with high motivation for its member states to invest in it. Talking about our budget, in 2020 we had a budget of some 6.5 billion euros with a big focus on applications in our budget, and about 1/4 of our budget comes from the European Union for the Galileo and Copernicus programs. The other 3/4 of our budget come from contributions of our member states. So we have a very rich variety of programs and, as I said, a very flexible setup, which means that our member states are really motivated to invest. I would also like to mention a feature of ESA which makes it specific and which is recognized as one of its really differences vis-à-vis perhaps other space agencies, and that is industrial policy. In the Convention of ESA, which is its, let's say, the little book that describes how ESA works, we have actually a number of pages dedicated to industrial policy. And our industrial policy works on 5 key principles. The first one is European preference. We have to work with European companies. The second principle is cost effectiveness. We have to be cost effective. The third principle, we have to support the worldwide competitiveness of European industry. Fourth principle, we have to use open competition when we place contracts. And fifth principle, usually known as geo-return, is we have to ensure a balanced repartition of activities among our member states in a manner commensurate with their investments. So we have to make sure that these 5 principles are efficiently managed and can be made coherent one with the other. And these 5 principles have allowed us to shape and foster a strong and competitive European space industry. I will now talk to you about our priorities for the years to come. We have, since 1st of March, a new Director General, Josef Aschbacher, and he conveys his salutations and congratulations for UNIVERSEH. And our new Director General has expressed in his Agenda 2025 his 5 priorities for the years to come. And now I will tell you about these priorities. The first one is ESA-EU relations. That is, reinforcing these relations, making them more efficient, and making sure that we continue to have this strong relation. Second priority is commercialization of space, and I will come back to that. The third priority is safety and security. Use space for safety and security on Earth, but also ensure the safety of our critical infrastructures in space. Fourth priority are our program. We have critical program challenges in launchers, in exploration, and we have to address them. And finally, last but not least, the fifth priority is the transformation of ESA, because if we want ESA to remain a relevant and good space agency, it has to transform itself, it has to be adapted to the 21st century and to the new space movement. And for that, our Director General has decided to create a new directorate called CIP, Commercialization, Industry and Procurement, which reflects the priority that he intends to give to commercialization of space. So now let's wonder why this focus on commercialization. Why is commercialization of space so important? Let's look at figures. In 2020, the commercial space revenue amounted to 270 billion euros. And out of these 270 billion euros, only 10 billion euros came from satellites and launchers, what we call the upstream. The rest, that is 260 billion euros, came from the downstream sector, that is services and applications. Now, if we look at the public investment in space, that is what governments fund for space, in 2020, worldwide, this amounted to some 70 billion euros. So already you see much less than the commercial space revenues. Out of these 70 billion, Europe represents about 16%, a figure that has remained stable over the last decades. But with these 16% of public investment in space, Europe is extremely competitive and successful. Europe has captured about 30% of the upstream commercial satellite manufacturing, so it has become the second global satellite exporter. And in downstream, Europe is also extremely successful with 25% of the global commercial revenues. So with 16% of investment, we have captured 30% or 25% of the market. But not only do we have that, we also see that the global space economy is really a huge amount, and it will certainly increase for the years to come. So we need this public investment to stimulate the private investment that will come for the new space movement. And that brings me to this notion of new space. As you know, as you are all aware, we see now this movement of commercialization of space, of privatization of space. We look at new space, we look at the launchers of SpaceX, we look at the launches of the Starlink constellation, and we see that indeed in the launches now the new space movement represents more than half of the launches. So this has become an extremely important and significant trend. And Europe cannot be absent from this movement, because for the time being this movement has been taking place mostly in the US. Europe cannot stay away from that, because this movement entails innovation and competitiveness, and our industry has to benefit. Our industry, but also our public agencies, have to benefit from this innovation and competitiveness. I believe that the new space movement will be the key disruption in space in the next 10 years, as it has already been the case in the last years. What does new space bring to us? It brings to us a lowered cost of access to space. It brings to us a lower barrier of entry. Now, even a student can create his space company. It's not reserved only to the large system integrators or to the large companies. New space brings us also a radically different approach in procuring, in managing projects, with a focus on low recurring costs, on advanced production processes, such as 3D manufacturing, additive manufacturing. It brings us rapidity, it brings us lower time to market. So I think we can all benefit from these challenges and from these new features of doing space, new ways of doing space. So what do we want to do at ESA to facilitate this? We want to enable the creation of a new space in Europe. We want to facilitate the emergence of new industrial competences, and we want to benefit from this movement. And for that, we have 3 lines of action: talent, capital, and speed. And I will conclude by saying a few words on each of these 3 lines. Talent means we want to invest in brains. We want to invest in innovation, and for that, you, the universities, the higher education can really help us, because that's where the brains come from, and we need those brains for the future of space in Europe. So we need to be able to attract them, we need also to retain them, and we need to invest in them. The second line is capital, because if we want to have new space, we will have to have private investment. So we need to partner with investors, venture capitals, and to provide the right conditions for the startups to have access to this funding. And finally, speed. Speed is of the essence of new space. We have to change the way we work. We have to be much more reactive, much more responsive. We have to follow the pace of innovation, and it's up to us, the space agencies, to adapt to this space and not the other way around. And I have the strong belief that if we are able to adapt to this space, if we are able to, let's say, encourage and really create the foundations of new space in Europe, we will have a huge role to play in the future of space activities, together with you, the actors of the higher education. Because investing in brains is the best investment we can make for our common future. Thank you.
Sure, the thanks for that speech will be conveyed by ISA members here present to Geraldine Naja. So, to follow up on that wonderful last comment, talent, capital and speed, please let me invite onto the stage the Rector of the University of Luxembourg, Stéphane Pallage.
Thank you very much. I do agree that investing in brains is the best investment we can make. Mesdames, Messieurs, bonjour, dear colleagues and friends. I am definitely not a space expert, but I do find space cool. And I've found space cool ever since I was a child. Recently, I visited the factory of Thales in Cannes, and also the factory of SpaceX in California. And I can tell you, when you go out of those factories, space is definitely cool. I do have the privilege of being the rector of a very young and very modern university. The University of Luxembourg was founded in 2003 through a law. It was part of a government strategy to attract talent to the country and give them high-level education and tools for the labor market. Once the political decision was made in Luxembourg, the government consistently invested in this university. It allowed for a rapid growth of the university in some key areas. Today, the University of Luxembourg ranks in the top 20 universities younger than 50, according to Times Higher Education. I took office 4 years ago, coming from Canada. When I arrived to Luxembourg, and I will speak about Luxembourg as an alien, arriving on a completely different planet, in fact. But Luxembourg did strike me as a very interesting country, a very strategic country. It is small. It is very small. It has a population of 600,000 inhabitants, more than 50% of whom are foreigners, like myself. It has an area of 2,500 square kilometers. That's 1/270th the size of France. Yet, size on Earth tells us little about the size of Luxembourg in space. In fact, in 2020, government expenditures on space programs were the following, and I will take only 4 countries. In the US, $144.7 per inhabitant. In France, $60 per inhabitant. In Canada, 8.7. In Luxembourg, 321.7. The per capita government expenditures on space programs in Luxembourg is more than twice that of the United States. More than 5 times that of France, 37 times that of Canada. Space became part of the strategy of Luxembourg in the 1980s, following the major economic downturn of the steel industry. The country needed new industries, new industrial niches. Today, Luxembourg is, in fact, a leader in the satellite operator business, with SES probably the #1 company in the sector. And it has high aspirations for the space resource business. Space in the country is now as important, if not more important, than steel. And steel used to be the #1 industry. The government strategy implies 4 pillars. Of course, developing an attractive legal framework for space activities. Luxembourg is one of the first countries to write legislations on space resources. International cooperation is the second pillar. Luxembourg is small, but I think we're all small when it comes to space. We need to work together. Luxembourg has indeed signed many conventions with all important actors of the space industry. The design and the launch recently of the Luxembourg Space Agency also helps position Luxembourg on the European and the world stage. The third pillar is finance. You need financial tools for space entrepreneurs, from seed funding to incubation and launch. Space entrepreneurs do find the ecosystem quite vibrant in this small country. And finally, and I will probably elaborate a little more on this one because this is where what I know best, space-oriented education. In 2016, the University of Luxembourg launched a first space master, the Master in Space Communication and Media Law, taught in English and French. This program aims at educating top specialists in space law, electronic communications and e-commerce law, intellectual property law, data protection law. Close neighborhood with the European Court of Justice allows students to dive into the jurisprudence in the making. Research in this field is carried through the SES-sponsored chair in Space Communication and Media Law. A second master program was launched in 2019 at the University of Luxembourg. In fact, it was one of my first challenges when I arrived in 2018 to coordinate the design of a completely new master program in space. It had to be interdisciplinary. The Minister of the Economy, Monsieur Schneider, whom we talked about a few minutes ago, in fact called us and said, well, we need something else, something different from what is on the market. And honestly, we didn't know what to do. So we called the industry. In fact, I wrote an email to the CEOs and vice presidents for the 5 or 6 biggest space companies. And I'm talking about Airbus, Arianespace, SpaceX, Boeing Satellite Systems, Thales, and of course SES. They all responded within 24 hours. They gave me an appointment in Paris at this annual fair, the World Satellite Business Week. And I was in fact very fortunate to be able to go and pitch the skeleton of a program that we had already designed. And I got amazing first-hand feedback from the industry. Space is cool. It really is. And the generosity of the industry towards this small university designing a program was incredible. They also offered to our students the possibility of internships when possible. And it's really one important aspect of that program, the possibility for students to do at least 6 months internship in the space sector. Now, teaching and research are of course intrinsically linked. The interdisciplinary space master, as we call it, has also built strongly on interdisciplinary space research, which is carried out in Luxembourg in one of our interdisciplinary centers. We call it SNT, the Center for Security and Trust, which already has 100 different projects, many of which are funded by ESA, the industry, or the European Research Council. Our new adventure in space education is, of course, UNIVERSEH, and this is why we are all here, and happily so. The European Space University for Earth and Humanity, with Toulouse, Krakow, Luleå, Düsseldorf, amazing partners. And the very beautiful complementarities between our respective space programs. UNIVERSEH is a unique opportunity to design personalized curricula to provide Europe with the talents it needs for space and new space. Beyond UNIVERSEH, we'll intensify research partnerships among UNIVERSEH members to keep our programs on the frontiers of research and knowledge. Merci beaucoup à l'Université fédérale de Toulouse de nous accueillir aujourd'hui pour ce grand lancement dans un lieu aussi magnifique. Merci à tous les partenaires qui ont échafaudé cette remarquable université européenne au sens d'Emmanuel Macron. Thank you all and have a great conference.
Thank you so much from one Luxembourg expat to another. It certainly is a very diverse place, very international, and everything you say about its size is quite correct. But it has you're all very welcome. We can probably have enough space for all of you, and hopefully we'll have a UNIVERSEH conference there one day. Next to the stage, please let me invite Birgitte Bergfall-Koreborn, who is the Vice Chancellor of Luleå University of Technology, who has flown here from Sweden.
First of all, merci beaucoup, Fédérale de Toulouse, for hosting our first physical UNIVERSEH meeting. It is an honor for us to be here and to be able to meet. We now have 3 days ahead of us, and I am convinced that when we go back to our different countries, we will be pleased and very proud of what we have achieved, and also of the great potential of our project. International collaboration in research and education is of utmost importance, especially when societal challenges and uncertainties increase, and people move towards the known, the safe, and the traditional, rather than exploring the unknown and embracing partnerships between cultures, nations, and people. As universities have a very important we have a very important role to play here. We need to be the defenders of academic freedom, democracy, equality, freedom of speech. We need to teach our students the importance of knowledge, facts, evidence, as well as the difference between an opinion and an argument. These are important parts of a university education besides knowledge and skills in specific subjects. Here, the Bologna Initiative and the European University Initiative are extremely important, and I look forward to shaping the future of universities, research, and education together with all of you, while we at the same time explore the fascinating subject of space. Considering the history of space and space explorations, Sweden is to some extent a newcomer. In the same year as Gagarin orbited Earth, Sweden launched its first Arcas sounding rocket from a forest glade in the northernmost part of Sweden, not far from where we then, a decade later, established one of our campuses. But after that, Sweden has developed as a very strong space nation. The Swedish Minister for Higher Education and Research with responsibility for space, Matilda Ernkrans, have said that Sweden is a small country, but a dedicated space nation. And I could really not agree more on that. In 2017, the Swedish government presented a strategy for space activities, a platform for Sweden's long-term work on space. The strategy focuses on international collaboration and perceives space as a common resource for all countries to be explored in a peaceful but also sustainable way. It is when we work together that we really can make a difference, which is why international collaboration through the European Space Agency, through bilateral relations, through projects like UNIVERSEH, creates fantastic opportunities. Opportunities for new research, innovation, and industries. Research that makes the challenges that we face less scary and shows us a way forward. And educations that foster our next generation of bright minds and responsible European citizens. A successful example of this collaboration is Rexus Pexus, a rocket and balloon experiment project for university students, carried out in collaboration between the German Aerospace Center and the Swedish National Space Agency. Through the Rexus Pexus, students become involved in real space campaigns, sending payloads to space on sounding rockets or balloons. Over the last couple of years, our students have developed an attitude control system for free-falling experiments from sounding rockets, and they have built an instrument to listen to infrasound in the atmosphere. And this is just two of many, many interesting projects. This is a great opportunity for students, and it really, really strengthens their interest in space missions. Rexus Pexus also highlights the European significance, since the Swedish share of the payload is available to students from ESA and especially within ESA France. The balloons and the sounding rockets sent off to space in Rexus Pexus launches from Esrange Space Center, an important partner to the university. In a not too long distance, small satellites will also be launched from the Esrange Space Center, bringing about new possibilities for research and education, as well as new business opportunities. The Esrange Space Center and the university campus resides in Kiruna, a region in the very far north of Europe, 200 kilometers north of the Arctic Circle. So does the Swedish Institute of Space Physics, a governmental research institute with more than 60 years of experience in developing instruments for satellites and space probes. Throughout the years, they have had instruments on missions such as Venus Express, Rosetta, and they will soon have 2 different instruments on the upcoming JUICE mission to Jupiter. In Kiruna, you also find IceCat Scientific Association that operates radar antennas since the early 80s. They are now investing in a new IceCat 3D, consisting of 5 different antennas situated in the northernmost part of Finland, Norway, and Sweden. In recent years, the growing space industry has also started to really take pace, and with that also startup companies. The ISAR Aerospace and Rocket Factory, the ISAR Aerospace and the Rocket Factory Augsburg are 2 examples of new companies within the region. Taken together, Kiruna therefore constitute one of Sweden's foremost space clusters. It is a strong space cluster that we now have the opportunity to carry out our research and our education here in Kiruna. We conduct research within the field of atmospheric science and space systems. Our researchers examine mass and energy fluxes within planets and their atmospheres, and they develop instruments to be used on the ground, on balloons, and on spacecrafts. We explore celestial bodies, rocket propulsion systems, and we build small satellites and other microgravity platforms. A few years ago, we were also involved in the groundbreaking research regarding the water cycle on Mars. We have a wide range of educational programs, as our well-known joint master program in space science and technology, Sweden's only space engineering program, and a well-known PhD program that we do together with industry. The campus is a melting pot of different cultures that offers our students unique experiences. Space research and space-related labs surrounds them, and they have wonderful possibilities to engage in real space projects. Together, not alone, we have the infrastructure and the skills to make a difference in the Swedish and the European space sector. There are many challenges that space research and exploration can help us overcome, not least the green transition. Sweden, and especially the north part of Sweden, where our university is located, are facing an unprecedented wave of investments, all geared towards the green transition in one way or another. We are talking about 130 billion euros the coming 10 to 20 years, figures that are very difficult to really grasp the size of. One example of these investments is the Hybrid initiative, launched in 2016, with the aim of developing and producing fossil-free, carbon dioxide-free sponge iron. Not easy to say. This is very, very important, because that's the raw material for fossil-free steel in the future. And just a few months ago, they actually succeeded with delivering the first batch to their customers. When the production is in full capacity, the reduction in the global emission will correspond to about 65% of Sweden's total emission. So you see what a large difference this will make. This represents an enormous climate benefit and a necessity if we are to receive and achieve the sustainability goals of the European Union and the United Nations. 2 additional examples are H2 Green Steel, a newcomer that will transform the steel industry with their new and innovative way to produce carbon dioxide-free steel, green steel, geared towards the transition and the transportation sector. And Northvolt, that transforms the production and the recycling of batteries and produces and helps us contribute to electrification of our society. If we are to change the world through investments in space, green steel, electrification, and many other areas, we need knowledgeable and competent people. That is why it is so important that our university network, UNIVERSEH, though directed towards space, include all of our different faculties and subjects, as we have seen in the presentations prior to mine. At the same time, space engineering and space technology continuously develops, and space applications have an increased impact on many different sectors and industries. This creates a need for interdisciplinary knowledge and skills to secure a successful space innovation and successful space explorations, now but also in the future. This is why the interdisciplinarity of UNIVERSEH is such a brilliant idea. The combination of unexpected encounters and unlimited curiosity brings about innovation in an excellent way. If we can encourage our students to find their unique path to space, we have paved the way for future space explorations and space research. And finally, pave the way for better communities and a more sustainable environment on Earth. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Birgitte. Now we're going to start our first roundtable discussion. So in this session, we've got two roundtables actually focusing on UNIVERSEH and its ecosystem. And the first of the two topics is going to focus on future skills in Europe in the space sector. The second, how stakeholders and UNIVERSEH can benefit from each other. So for the first session, please welcome to the stage Charlotte Mathieu, who is Head of Industrial Policy and Economic Analysis Section at ESA. Also, Catherine Delmotte, the HR Director for Space Systems, Defense and Space at Airbus France. Marek Mojinski, who is the Vice President for Science, the Polish Space Academy. Olivier Lebre, the Director of ISAE Superior. That is not easy for me to pronounce. Magali Vassière, President of the Institute of Research in Aeronautics and Space Saint-Exupéry and a former director of ESA. Adam Walters, who is Professor in Physics at University of Toulouse. Paul Sabatier, co-leader of Work Package 3 for UNIVERSEH, which you heard about earlier from Emmanuel, and we'll discuss that further. Welcome to you all. Please do take a seat. We're just waiting for one or two others to join us, and try and grab a microphone and we'll share them between us. So if you take a microphone, one between two roughly, and there we can start. Thank you so much for all of you to join us. Now, there's a lot to get through. It's wonderful to have you all on stage. And Charlotte, I'm going to start with you, actually, because you recently had a workshop with industry, and so we'd love to hear about your findings of this research that you did.
Thank you very much, Lisa. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure for ESA to be invited to this event, and you have our UNIVERSEH as the full support of our agency in its endeavors. So indeed, I will report very shortly here on the workshop we had with our industry, with about 100 companies in Europe. And the question that were raised are the following. It's basically based on the fact that we were hearing more and more some concerns from companies all around Europe about the evolution of the workforce. And so the idea was to try to exchange with them and to structure a bit along two different questions. First of all, is what is the evolution of the space sector in the coming decade, and obviously related to the evolution of the workforce. And second, what are the future skills and competencies that will be needed, and how do we make sure as a sector to continue attracting the best and the right talents. And so very shortly, I think about the first question, about the evolution of the space sector in its aspects that relate to the evolution of the workforce, there were four main trends. The first one was related to the move towards greener space activities. The second one was related to a move towards more digital space activities, obviously as in other industrial sectors. The third one was about the fact that the space sector has lived a bit in isolation for some past decades, and the idea was to ensure that the space sector gets further integrated into other sectors, that space would only be a part of a larger system. And the last one was really about the integration of key new technologies. I can mention AI, I can mention production technologies, additive manufacturing, and so on. And just to go then to the question of the skills and competencies, obviously a number of them have been identified, whether they deal with indeed key new technologies, whether they deal with new design approaches, new production methods, as well as how to make sure that we have the proper digitalization of the sector with the security, the cybersecurity issues. So a lot of new skills in addition to the traditional space specific ones. And then the question was really, how do we make sure that we continue attracting these people? And I think this was a lot about anticipating, understanding the needs, and then making sure that we would communicate and get some really proactive approaches. So we are reflecting us as a public agency together with industry, with our education office represented here today. And obviously the link with the academia and universities will be an important one.
Thank you so much. That's a wonderful summary of what I'm sure is a very large report that you're still probably going to digest and take a while to digest. Now moving to you, Catherine, and just following up from that as well, in your role as HR director at Airbus, and you have two young adults yourself, 16 and 20, you see it from both ends of the scale. So firstly, what do you see from young people, your own two young people, and the others that come your way?
Indeed, as it was mentioned, the young generation is looking for sustainability. They want an engaging workplace. They want flexibility. Everything that Charlotte has mentioned is what the young generation expects, but actually I think what the people working in space expect more globally. I don't like to put generations one against another, or because I think there are a lot of complementarity in them. Obviously, this is what they're looking for: flexibility, value-based driven organization. They want to be part of something that is real, and they want to learn and contribute.
And so how do you go about attracting the best talent?
Well, Airbus being a leader in all three domains of space, meaning commercial, institutional, and military, we have everything to offer to them to develop in the areas where they find the value they're looking for, and we make sure that they have the place to express themselves. This is what they want as well, is to be heard. And what we see in terms of competence skills that we need, we push them to really go with everything that has been shared earlier, actually, about dual studies, complementary skills. It's not anymore about only being technical. It is definitely having dual degrees. Law and technical is definitely a winning one, as we see the development of space law. It was mentioned earlier as well. There are a lot of common themes, and this will be the differentiator for the future workforce and the people we want to attract.
Well, you've obviously sent your children in the right way with a little bit of law in their backgrounds coming to the fore. Adam, turning to you. Now, you are a professor in physics, but you're also working on the questionnaire for UNIVERSEH, part of what's called Work Package 3. So tell us, without the jargon, what Work Package 3 is and what you're doing.
Yeah. Work Package 3 is the work package that is actually working towards the creation of the cross-sectorial curricula, which are going to be linking the different space sectors and academic fields that Emmanuel showed us on his presentation. The first step is to design new transdisciplinary courses, and in doing so we want to take into account future needs in the space industry. And to help with this, we've designed an online survey that is specifically focused to our particular goals. And up to now, this survey has been disseminated to at least 86 companies and organisms through the University Stakeholders Network.
Organizations, probably, rather than organisms.
Yeah. Yeah, I think so, thank you. Yeah. It's nice for an English person to have his English correct.
Sorry.
No, I've been in France too long sometimes. Okay. Now, through the support of Aerospace Valley in Toulouse for diffusion in France, and local dissemination by each of our partners. So that's something maybe you could still help us with, either specifically with the questionnaire and the work that's going on, or because maybe you've done things already that would interest to have details of if that was possible. Yeah. So we also would like to increase the number of contributions we have over the whole of the countries of the consortium to have a larger European vision. So the answers will be frozen and data extracted on October the 8th. We have to go fast to create a first detailed analysis before October the 30th. But the survey will be followed up by interviews with volunteers and other people if they want to help us to contribute to that. And we already have some first board observations of needs. It's really from a very first quick look, yeah. We need hybrid sets of engineering and business or management skills, commercial skills, project management, team management, basic human relation skills and innovation, patents, entrepreneurship. Students with knowledge of both space technologies and terrestrial needs. For example, how can space further support agriculture? Conversion courses to allow students with relevant skills and qualifications for other fields to have a space dimension to the background. Problem-solving skills with a trial and error approach. Change management skills with an environment constantly evolving and SMEs growing fast. And skills linked to digital and remote working management. The domains of competencies that have been highlighted so far include information technology, machine learning, programming, artificial intelligence, and human-machine interaction.
So you're getting a lot of feedback already, but like you said, you have to go fast, you have to design the courses quickly. How are you going to go about digesting all of this in a rapid way and choosing what you start with?
Well, we have to go about designing the courses very, very quickly. So we have to do that in parallel with the collect of all this information. Because the first courses are planned to be shared in the 22-23 academic year. So fortunately, we have a group of dedicated people who've been working on this since last November very hard and get together very often. And we've carried out an analysis of courses that are presently available over the whole UNIVERSEH consortium. This is to fill in the matrix that we saw earlier in the presentation of Emmanuel. And this lets us know where transdisciplinary skill combinations need to be enhanced. So the courses that we plan should have at least 3 of the following qualities. So use of active learning techniques with the student as the actor of their own education. So we think, for example, of groups of students getting together from different countries with different languages and different first abilities. Yeah, so, for example, could have medicine on one side and engineering on the other side, and we get the 2 students together to work together on a project. So use of digital contexts and techniques, a strong transdisciplinarity between at least 2 widely differing academic fields, multilingualism and teaching in different languages, and very important, cooperation between 2 or more of our European universities, both for creating and giving the course. This is a particularly exciting period at the moment because after the 11 months of slog, the design of papers the courses on paper according to common model is being finalized and coming in, so we're starting to see the courses coming in. And the ongoing year will be even more exciting since courses will be created during this time. And finalized courses that are coming in show a real combination of subjects and ideas from different partners, which was the idea. So just to give 2 examples, we have a course accepted on satellite communication, regulation and business, where the students will be confronted with real problems and gain an understanding of the complex interplay between technical necessities, regulatory and business frameworks. We have a course which is proposed on space medicine, where the idea is to integrate biological, clinical, psychological and technical approaches to manage health risks for human space exploration. Also to implement interfaces between medicine and engineering with the development of sensor-based applications to collect health data and create high-fidelity medical systems. There are many more other courses, yeah, nanostats, balloons, history of astronomy and so on. So
A packed course. I don't know how you're going to become all of this and do all of this alongside your teaching as a professor of physics as well, but I'm sure you'll manage it. Marek, turning to you. Now, Adam's just been talking about how there's all of this cross-pollination between universities, between courses, but not all universities, not even within one country, but certainly not across Europe, have an equivalence, not equivalence in ratings or teaching methods. So how is it in Poland, and how can you transfer that right across UNIVERSEH?
I think that in Poland there is a traditional academia teaching style, and this traditional way, from point of view of students, it's based on grades simply. Although in the last decade we introduced ECT points, and it doesn't change the approach the student has to studying, because new society is or taught rather by tests, not by the competence. So from point of view of authorities, there are two arms in the view. The first one is based on research, and modern universities, or this that has a title of being research university in Poland, they see importance of this aspect. But the second arm is commercialization, and in fact the authorities of best universities, including AGH Technical University in Krakow, understand that similarly to rover or Martian rover or lunar rover, it requires more arms. So another arm is simply related with internationalization, and actually space requires a new form of studies. So they prepare new courses based on the design thinking approach that doesn't fit actually in the current curricula of universities. But I believe that the approach made by this project will spread into more universities in Poland, and this is the fact that new society based on knowledge requires new.
So you think there's a change in the mindset. I just want to check if this microphone is on. Is this mic, can you hear? Yes? Okay, good. Sorry. So there's a change in the mindset through the Polish universities. And do you think UNIVERSEH will allow for a greater collaboration of educational thought and the change in programming then as well?
Right. So from my perspective as a vice president for science of Polish Space Agency, there is a need for cooperation between universities in Poland. And the approach taken by this project needs to be spread simply in curricula of other universities that want to teach space education, which is very specific, as we know all, that requires interdisciplinary knowledge. And what is more important, that entrepreneurs, voices of entrepreneurs says that also the soft skills are very important. So the authorities needs to be, they need to introduce such courses that soft skills are in equal rights than this technical.
Wonderful.
And especially there is a requirement for system engineer. In other sectors like ICT sectors, the system engineer is a well-prepared course, and I believe that space requires a very sophisticated space engineer. Systems engineer.
Yes, we did have a preliminary chat about this, and you spoke very eloquently about how important the role for educating a system engineer would be. So Olivier, you are DG of a very reputable establishment. Do you have that in place, the role of a system engineer?
Yes, indeed. System engineering is something which has been at the heart, I would say, of many French engineering schools for quite a while. because we have this approach not by disciplines, but rather broad, interdisciplinary on the engineering whole area. And as a matter of fact, our school is very much involved into this. We are part of the French chapter for what's called the International Council for System Engineering, for instance. And this is something which is really at the heart of our curricula. And so we'll be very pleased, of course, to share this experience with other members of the university team. It's something we can certainly do. We do that already, for instance, with other universities like the Technical University of Munich. We have a joint course where students from Munich come to Toulouse to get this specific knowledge about system engineering. So really something we can share.
And with your reputation, why do you want to join UNIVERSEH?
Well, UNIVERSEH, it was presented by Emmanuel Zenou a little bit before. We see many things can come from that. We are on our side part of the Federal University of Toulouse, but we are ourselves a relatively small engineering school. We are something like 1,600 students, 250 PhD candidates. And we have many of them going to the space sector. The space sector, we have said that already, it's something which is not national, it's international by essence. No single national European countries can handle space on its own. We need to cooperate on this. And so for us, it makes sense, of course, to do that also at the academic level. And so we have been a supporter of this initiative from the very start. By the way, Emmanuel Zenou comes from our school also. And what we expect from that, besides everything which has been presented, there will be a lot of things produced by university, and we'll use that, of course. But the first thing we expect is, of course, to get to know new academic partners. So Luleo, Luxembourg, Krakow, Düsseldorf, who, for the time being, we don't have that much exchanges with them, and so the first thing for us would be to develop that. And I'm pretty sure that with this kind of international and interdisciplinary exchange also, we will discuss things, what are the challenges we are facing in the space sector. We will also be able to exchange best practices and way of doing things among us. And at the end, the aim is, I believe, the same for all of us. It is to improve the way we are educating our young graduates towards facing those challenges in the space sector.
We saw earlier that Geraldine Naja spoke about new space and how important this is. And I know in our preliminary chat you were talking about this language that's now being used, new space and old space. So how do you feel they both fit together, not together, percentages of changes? I mean, Geraldine spoke very eloquently about how much new space has altered all sorts of things.
Well, I don't believe in complete revolution in the field of engineering, at least. We need to respect the basis. The laws of physics are still the same. And so new space, of course, is changing many things, but I don't think it will supersede completely old space. We still need to keep quite a few things from the old way of doing things. And anyway, what does that mean for us is that the skills we teach to our students, we have to take care of both worlds, old space and new space. We cannot switch from one to the next, forgetting the first one. I think anyway, both of them are mostly about how to manage innovation in this field. Space is a quite peculiar field. Probably the way to innovate is not necessarily the same if you are indeed addressing big scientific missions, which is due to be launched in 5 or 10 years, and which will go beyond Jupiter, or if you are indeed addressing a small microsats or application for space data that you want to run on iPhones, for instance. It's not the same technical issue. It's not the same way of funding also. It's something which is important, whether you are using money from international agencies or whether the money is coming from private investors. They don't expect the same way of working from you. And so our challenge, of course, is to teach our students so that they can address the whole range. So for me, new space means that the range is expanding. We need to address a wider range than before. But basically, as I said, the laws of physics are still the same. And something which is very peculiar to space is still true. I think it has been said by people like Richard Branson or Elon Musk, space is hard. It's always hard to lift something into orbit and to have something indeed facing the space environment once you're above the magnetic protection of Earth. And this remains at the heart of what we have to teach our students. And this is, by the way, why I would say old space has developed very rigorous ways of designing, of testing before launching into orbit. My feeling is that it's still true for new space too. We still have to keep that in mind. And we're still doing that, of course, in our engineering school. So the challenge today is to keep all those things which have been developed by old space, which are basic for space systems, but to add to that the agility, the capacity to do things very quickly in a very effective way to address other way of financing the project. And we have, of course, to work on this topic. We have started to do it. That means indeed introducing and articulating the way of doing engineering with the way of doing entrepreneurial things. And this is something we are also trying to do for quite some time in all of our schools. And this is something we have to all work together, I believe, to go further. That has been possible maybe up to now.
Well, just going back to something you said just earlier a little bit, you said it's very difficult to get things into space, but part of new space is about trying to take them from space, in fact, without having to take them into space. So there are wonderful combinations ahead of us. Magali, turning to you, why is it that we haven't seen from Europe any large and famous entrepreneurs or companies? What is it that Europe is doing wrong, or are we doing anything wrong when we look to, let me just give you some water there, Olivier, if you want some here. And if we could get some water for the speakers on the stage, that would be really useful, I think, for the next round table. But Magali, we don't have any big industries here. We don't have any big entrepreneurs. Why?
Indeed, so far we haven't seen any Elon Musk or Jeff Bezos in Europe. I would say that first of all, these people are exceptional people. And also, they are people who have been able to take huge risks and mitigate them as well as possible. And one, let's say, feature that comes together with what we call the new space is the ability to take risks. In the old space, people really try to reduce risks to the very bare minimum. Now, coming back to what should we do to allow or facilitate, if you like, the emergence of entrepreneurs in space in Europe, I think that we should make sure that we enable people to design, let's say, complex systems, but within their environment, including the user perspective. So how the systems are going to be used, and not just make sure that the systems are developed and then launched, and they work as conceived, but if they don't meet a demand, that won't be correct. So this is the first thing. Being able to integrate the space part into a much more global system, including, of course, the ground-based equipment, including all the terrestrial networks that the space system might be interfaced with. So really think in terms of global system. And if we talk about constellation, for instance, you have even to integrate all the specificities of the world market. So maybe different specificities for different continents, for instance. So all that has to be integrated into a very complex system. If you look at Elon Musk, in fact, this guy is a visionary. He has a vision, he has an ambition. And of course, I mean, this helps. It helps to motivate people. It helps to really collect the funding required if you are able to communicate such a vision, being an entrepreneur. Of course, the key assets that these people must have are, as all my colleagues have already mentioned, the ability to work with different disciplines. For me, interdisciplinarity is really a key asset for the future. So that's very true. Still, I would say that the current space sector in Europe is still a bit too closed. And really, we have to open it up to other sectors, make sure that the technologies that are developed in the ICT world, for instance, can be integrated into the space sector, allowing, if you like, people to work with external experts of different disciplines, but let's say build teams of different disciplines, including the space experts. That should be one of the recipes that make possibility of let's say, new space entrepreneurs in Europe.
And just leading out from that, what can Europe lead in? What are the main focus points that you think Europe could really be a world leader in?
I have a topic in mind, which is for the time being a field where there is not enough investment made. This is a topic of the space debris, where people mentioned that indeed the space is going to be cluttered, and therefore, I mean, and at the same time in Europe, we are very conscious, if you like, of the risk of having space cluttered, and we wish to maintain the space as a sustainable space, and there I think that Europe could really train leaders, proposing, let's say, a regulatory framework, taking some leadership in this exercise. Of course, at the end of the day, it will have to become a world framework for everybody to operate within it. But we could, in Europe, start with being proactive and lead the way, if you like, and show this to the rest of the world.
I think you'd like
this
to.
Is an example.
Yeah, Catherine.
Yeah, if I may, Lisa, I think this is really one field where Europe could definitely invest is robotics. That gathers all of this because sustainability, space exploration, exploitation of extraterritorial resources, this will all need robotics, and yet in space sector we are very weak in that domain.
Across the world or in Europe in particular?
We're not very good cross-world, and Europe in particular.
So then why would you choose that for Europe to focus on if we're not already... Do you think we're too late to the field, effectively?
I don't think we're ever too late, because space is about innovation, and you never know where it comes from. So I don't think it's too late. I think it's one thing where we could invest.
And just in the final few minutes then, I'd like to throw a question to all of you, given that the topic is future skills in Europe in the space sector. Just give me, off the top of your head, you've been living in this world, thinking in this world, the top 2 differentiating skills, very briefly, if you will. I'll start with you, Marek. Sorry, I'll literally just go around. The top 2 differentiating skills that you feel can really make a difference to Europe and space.
I think that the skills related to not technical competence. They are very important, how the new graduates talk with each other, how they absorb knowledge and transform it into cooperation between many different actors.
Thank you. Teamwork.
I will answer maybe not with a skill. I believe we have the skills basically in Europe. By the way, we are demonstrating that every day. We live quite a few things into space. We have quite an economy developing about that. I think it's more about how to make sure that people are still dreaming about space. Because if we want things to happen, we need to attract, it has been said already, the best and brightest in the field. We have done that for quite a few years. We need to keep doing that. And so we have to make sure that we still have the young people dreaming about space, so that they come to this sector and that they make things which cannot be dreamt of today, as they make it real for tomorrow. And so it's important, yes, to make sure that young people keep dreaming about space.
Just asking you one more question on that. Magali mentioned that certain people in America are visionaries. Can you teach vision, or is it innate?
I don't think you can teach vision, but you can attract people who have this ability in certain areas.
Let's hope more of them come into the space world.
Sorry. I think I could add to a lot of things that have already been said. About this interdisciplinary, I think it's also a matter of being able to think cross-border, to have a more comprehensive approach way beyond your own, area of responsibility overall. We do see that that's something that is sometimes missing. And then about something also a bit different. It's about the ability, we're working on more and more complex systems, interfacing with other sectors. So this idea is to be able to communicate about these complex systems and to be able to communicate with other sectors who have different jargons, different languages.
I will compliment on this. Indeed, in science, we are very often extremely focused. And it's really important to understand the bigger picture, and this is what our people need, is really to find the purpose where they fit in, but to understand where they contribute into the bigger picture.
Thank you. Magali.
Well, I would again emphasize maybe the end-to-end system engineering ability and combined with a business understanding ability. And you have the two, then you can succeed, I'm sure.
We don't have the results of the questionnaire yet, but I'd like to also emphasize, communication and listening to others. That's what we're seeing, because we were already seeing in the meetings, people are coming from different countries with different backgrounds, with different interests, and that's the real lovely thing about this project. But it's going to be able to get to talk together between people of different specialities, different subjects, people coming from academia, people coming from industry, people coming from different countries, and to share ideas.
I just want to say thank you to all of the panelists, and before they leave the stage, I want you to activate yourselves a little bit and get your best voices out, because on her way down from Paris, leaving her family, it's actually Catherine's birthday. So please join me for a little round of happy birthday. She's here celebrating it with you all at UNIVERSEH. So after 3, 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Catherine. Happy birthday to you.
Thank you.
Thank you all so much. Now we're going to have a small little surprise break. I'm going to invite Emmanuel back to the stage for a few minutes just to rejuvenate you. And I believe it's a special testimony from some space entrepreneurs we have next.
Yes. We should also clean the area. I will do. So yes, we will welcome just some alumni students. Yeah, thank you. Oops. From our school, so they have created a startup, and I would like to introduce them to you. But we need to leave the place. Okay, so if I can project my slide, please. Okay. So just before starting this second roundtable, I would like to introduce you to alumni from Isaïe Supero, Guillaume Marecci and Nicolas Ray, both working in the space industry. They created a startup called Skylift. Sorry.
Can anyone hear me? Yeah. Hi, everyone. Thank you, Emmanuel. So effectively, it's a little surprise for you. We weren't planned. And I'm, trust me, deeply honored to be speaking to you about Skylift. If we can have the slides. Perfect. So Skylift is the first startup working on teleportation. And today, for the very first time in the world, we will unveil our first prototype and make a demo to you of teleportation. You're very lucky today. So it's not a joke. Huh? Before I start, I'd like to be very clear on what teleportation means. Teleportation is, as you may know, the transport of matter from one point, A, to another point, B, without ever crossing the physical space between them. You're all clear? It may sound science fiction, but actually we are two very rational engineers, alumni from Isabelle Super-Héros. So my name is Guillaume. I'm a former engineer at Inmarsat, so Space Telecom. And this is Nicolas. Well, he mysteriously vanished 2 minutes ago. I don't know why, but let me put back the slides. Startup world, you need to do everything by yourself. So yes, Nicolas was a former engineer at Thales Alenia Space. Some of you may know him. And together we created Skylift with a common vision. We strongly believe that teleportation is the future of space transportation for many reasons. Well, I won't give them to you all. The main reason is that, of course, it's ecological because you don't need to launch a rocket every time. It's cheaper, and of course, it's safer. Right. Without further ado, I think you're all ready. Let's proceed to the unboxing of the very first prototype of our Skynet or Skylift teleport. Well, it's remotely controlled. Sometimes. There we go. All right. Right, that wasn't really planned. Let me check if I took everything. I don't really know what's... you can talk between you. I need to check some stuff. I'm sorry, it wasn't. It was working this morning, so I don't. I'm gonna put some background music just to figure out what's going on. Sorry. Yeah.
piso, le un lol ning kong, le un lol ning pan, un lol bay, di un yi, when yen me lol len, when yen me ngwesa,
Nicolas, tu sors.
me lol len, di un yi.
Nicolas, get out.
When you be so, le un lol ni pan, le un lol nem kong, un lol bay. When you be so, le un gwe ni kong, le ben ni pan, bineng el bay, di wi. When ni en me lol ah, wetam ni en me gwe sa. When ni en me lol ah, di wi.
Hi everyone. I'm Nicolas. Thank you. I'm the safety manager, and I'm sorry I was just doing some last checks before the big demo. Sorry to disturb.
So everything is okay?
Yeah. Well, nothing to report.
Good.
Everything.
So I think we're all ready to start injecting. Yep.
Except the fact that the European Space Agency did not yet validate our prototype.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, because they say that our plutonium battery is dangerous. I don't know, but we heard that some people from ESA are here in the room,
Oh, yeah?
so maybe you can help and just close the technical review so we can keep
Check your mailbox, maybe?
More later.
Anyway, I think they only seek some reassurance that we follow the process, we follow the rules, and
yes.
maybe check the user
Okay,
manual.
okay. User
Pretty
manual.
quick,
So it's section 1. Section 1. During the unboxing, be careful of the dangerous radioactive materials. Understood? Okay.
We've done it.
During the calibration phase, be sure to put an inanimate object inside the teleportation box and select a low Earth orbit. Oh, come on, we are not children anymore. So.
Yeah.
Guillaume, je suis quoi là?
Well, so this is the calibration phase, so no worry, you just keep calm and proceed to the next section. Nothing to worry about. Anyway, the safety rules, we know them.
Yes.
By rote. There are 3 safety rules when you do teleportation. Maybe you know them. Destination, determination, and
non, c'est pas ça. Sorry, he's going to repeat. It's destination.
Destination, determination, and
bad timing. Sorry about that. Non, Guillaume, pas maintenant. Pas de la bonne pub. Sorry, can you just look away, please, just for a few minutes? Look away and just can you talk each other? Because no, that's embarrassing. Okay, you need to know that it's not painful. It's just very uncomfortable. Actually, just like a PCR test, nothing more. Can you? It needs to go out. How do you feel?
Much better.
You see?
Well, I think you're all convinced that teleportation is safe, that we do it properly. Let's inject a small object into low Earth orbit using the Skylift teleport for the very first time. We brought a leak. It's regular, no trick. And we're going to put it in low Earth orbit. You ready? You ready? Let's go.
Okay, select circular orbit, let's say 422 kilometers. Okay, orbital inclination, 51.64 degrees. Okay. So
Compte à rebours activé. 5, 4, 3, 2.
I think something was set not properly now.
Maybe we need to discuss a little bit, because
maybe the settings were not done properly.
Okay, maybe the conference can
continue, and we'll come back just after. Thank you very much. Enjoy the conference. We will come with explanations.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's quite difficult to follow you two. Thank you. Thank you so much, and also for Manuel organising that surprise with the alumni of your own lovely background there. Now, for our next discussion, how can stakeholders and UNIVERSEH benefit from each other? Please welcome to the stage, and thank you for rearranging the stage as well, Florence Dufresne, Head of Space Systems, Technical Strategy, Research and Development, IP and Spectrum Management, Airbus Defence and Space. Matthias van den Bosch, Director of Research, Development and Product Policy at Thales Alenia Space. Tomasz Kozlowski, Head of Mandate and Product Development at the EIF, that's the European Investment Fund, of course. Stefan Palage, again, a Rector at the University of Luxembourg. Gilles Rabin, Director of Innovation, Applications and Science at the Centre National d'Études Spatiales, CNES. And Georges Zizis, Vice President for European and International Affairs at Université Toulouse 3. Alessio Buscemi, UNIVERSEH student representative from the University of Luxembourg. And finally, yes, it's a large panel, Pascal Mozion, Vice President for International Affairs at Toulouse INP. Thank you all so much. For me, yes, you come from Luxembourg, so if I could sit here, that would be marvelous. I don't know what the mask rule is in France. I find it much easier, and I've been told I don't need to wear one. We're all double vaccinated, so as you wish. I think we're all double vaccinated, so whatever you feel most comfortable with. I think for speaking it is, it's easier for us and also for you to actually see our faces, and we can save our voices as well. Thank you all so much for your time that you've invested speaking to me, and for your time here today from the various places that you've come from. Now, I was going to start actually with Matthias. Actually, you're looking at me, and I'm going to start with you as well. I wanted to ask you directly what sort of mindsets you're looking to foster right now and to employ for the future, and what do you hope UNIVERSEH, the reason that we're all here together, can provide?
Okay, thank you. Basically, from an industry point of view, we see UNIVERSEH as an entity that will train students and our future staff. So the view that we would have on that, and in the way we can benefit from UNIVERSEH in the industry, would be that we have students and future staff that are trained in a way that, let's say, that opens their mindset as much as possible. And when I say opening the mindset, I mean there's no limit to this kind of statement. Nevertheless, I can take a few examples. So, for instance, and actually that has been already said in the previous roundtable, there is something about complex system intelligence. And this is a mindset that goes beyond what is used, what people working in space are used to, in the sense that, as was said before, people working in space are pretty much specialists of a number of different fields, and what most of them lack is really not only the global picture, but also the way the things entangle with one another. And that's a first important point that would say. And this applies to a variety of things. Like, I mean, you can think about that when you talk about networks, communication networks, but you can think about the same way about environment and the way things interact in the environment. You can think about the same thing about society. I mean, most of what is at stake with human interactions actually can be qualified this way. And a second point that I can take as an example is to, let's say, to move a little bit and to update the basic science that will be needed to build the future space systems. So this and actually this will also apply way beyond space systems. For instance, you can think of course, quantum physics that is not at all common in the curricula so far, and that is, I mean, that we are desperately lacking at the moment. But you can think also about, I don't know, biotechnologies that will definitely have some use in space, not necessarily for living, living elements, but also for instance, as sources of analogy. And finally, you can also think about advanced mathematical topics, such, for instance, as automated proofs. So I don't mention artificial intelligence because it's a lot of buzz and it's almost in the past now. But for instance, automated proofs that will be a key to demonstrate, for instance, security or safety of systems. So these are basic elements that will be used, necessary for the next generation of space systems, and will probably need and require an update of the curricula in space. So if university can contribute to that, that would be great. And finally, there is also something in another domain which is related to inventing new ways of teaching and communicating that would make collaboration across Europe more efficient. For instance, I don't know. For instance, invent common concepts, common languages, common. I mean, different kind of human aspects, not electronics, because we've been fed a lot with electronics, especially in the past year and a half. The experience we've had has shown us that human aspects is very important. So I would insist on developing, and if university can contribute to that, developing many, as much human tools to communicate, to collaborate, and to be efficient. That would be great.
So much. Sorry, my microphone there. Thank you so much. You raised a lot of points. I had to smile when you mentioned a common language, because I dare not ask which one that might be. I think that would be very undiplomatic of me. Stefan, turning to you, you spoke in your keynote about how successful your emails to industry were. You just sent out, yes, you have a lovely title at the bottom of your email, no doubt, in your signature, but nonetheless, within 24 hours, you had replies. And so you're sitting amongst two industry leaders here. What would you say to them? What did your email hold? Why is the collaboration with stakeholders and industry with European universities so important? I mean, you already alluded to this a lot, but if you can add to it.
Well, the business of universities is to educate, to do research, and to serve society in the general sense and industry as well. And in this particular example, yes, I did need help. We were tasked to find a new way to design a master in space, and in interdisciplinary space master. I didn't tell you, in fact, what the end result was, but we ended up, based on the advices of the industry, we ended up designing a master specifically for people with a very strong science background, but who did not know the space sector. And we added to the skills, we fine-tuned their own skills already to fit the needs of the space sector. And we added a series of characteristics, classes in finance, in entrepreneurship, in economics, so that they would immediately find their space if they wanted to start a business, for example, in the space industry. Now we need the stakeholders, and we also need them, and probably they need us for research. A university is full of ideas, full of discoveries. We want to take these ideas out of the drawer. We want to make sure that they end up, some of them at least, transforming themselves into businesses. And we are not necessarily the best ones to do that. We need the industry to take us out of our labs. And in terms of service, of course, I think we are on the same line. All the stakeholders agree that we should find the right education and research for the sector.
Thank
so
you.
I will stop
Thank you,
here.
Stefan. I'm going to turn to you, Florence, now. You can keep a mic between two. I think that works out mathematically in very simple maths. Florence, Airbus already works very successfully. You've worked a long time with universities. I wanted to know, firstly, how you can improve that foundation with UNIVERSEH. And then I have another point, which I'll come back to. But first of all, that point, how can you improve this foundation with UNIVERSEH, the collaboration?
Okay. Yeah, so thank you. Hi, everyone. Bouncing back on what you just said, Stefan, yes, of course, we benefit from each other, industries, large system integrators and university, and it's not new. We've been working with academic for a long time, and we work with some of the universities that are part of UNIVERSEH in a large number of ways. It's, of course, help supporting the education, contributing to the curriculum through lectures, through practical use cases that we really bring to the schools, through orientation, presenting what are the studies in space, what are the opportunities, of course. It's research, and this is very important, and research, absolutely, it works both ways. We help each other. We jointly respond to invitation to tenders in the research area in a number of domains, and here we respond to ESA, for example, or to CNES together. And of course, there is another area that is very deep and very important for us, and this is really co-innovation. It goes beyond research. It's really thinking together about new ways of applying technology or of making business, really finding new services. And here there's a number of new avenues that have been experimented recently, hackathons, challenges, real problem-solving exercises that we do jointly together. This is something we've been doing with some of these schools. We've also experienced the concept of alliance of universities, which is underlying, of course, UNIVERSEH. We do it in another field on the Factory of the Future. And here we've started to really feel the value of the collaboration across universities, because it brings the cultural variety, the cultural diversity, the ways of teaching which are different in different countries, and both together, it's a real strength. So we're really happy to now apply it with UNIVERSEH, because in UNIVERSEH there's 2 extra components. Now we are speaking about 5 countries coming together. And to be very honest, for us, Airbus, there's some academic partners here that we will discover, because we're not so present in some of these countries, in Sweden, for example. And therefore, for us to get the opportunity to discover this new academic partner, the students, the way of teaching, to get the chance also to welcome through internship students from these schools is also a new strength. And I mean, Europe will only be stronger if all the components of Europe come together. We all know that, so that's for us a strong element. But now, for me, the most important is really the cross-disciplinarity. And that's really where UNIVERSEH is new, because we're not talking about technological universities coming together. We're talking about technology, but also business schools, but also low, not maybe really low school, but really low faculties. We are speaking also about biotech. I think in Sweden you mentioned very much your sustainable engagement. So we're now looking at various disciplines coming together. That for me is the new element of UNIVERSEH that is compelling. Because I think it was mentioned previously also by Magali Vessier, the importance of space laws, the importance of regulating the cluttered space, I think, to reuse that word, that we see is becoming extremely important. To be able to regulate space, we need to technically understand what's at stake, what are the capabilities to measure, to operate, and the combination of technical and juridic will be something important that is not natural in our curriculum today. It's very different in the way we teach and grow our children and our students today. What can we do better? I think we have this chance coming at the beginning of UNIVERSEH to shape the curriculum together. And this is something we've been doing already, but partially, sometimes just acting here and there. Here we have a chance at the beginning to build it, to co-build together, and to start thinking what are the new functions, maybe really new professions that may come in space that we don't even know today. And by thinking together, I'm sure there is a work package dedicated to that. I think we have a chance to create that. And we're ready to do it.
I have another follow-up question for you, and I suppose it's for Matthias as well, which is that how do companies such as yours retain the great talent that comes to you? How do you retain it when we've had so much conversation about new educational programs needing innovation, entrepreneurship, and many young people want to go out and start their own companies. So how do you retain those brains?
Well, I think the best way to retain talents is to give them challenges at the height that they aim. I mean, otherwise they will get bored and try to somewhere else, where they might as well get bored, but we will have lost them in the meantime. So I think challenges is really the first way to retain talents.
And you at Airbus?
It's a real difficulty. We can't ignore that. There's a lot of opportunities, many more than years before. We need to continue feeding them with programs that are technically and scientifically, how can I say, challenging. Okay, something that will always, drive them higher. And this is important that we stay always at the top of the technology for this reason. And that also we give them chances to evolve inside the company and to maybe have different type of opportunities, not just staying in a technical domain, but moving to different functions is something that helps. So that's how we try to keep them.
Thank you. Gilles, I'm going to turn to you now as Director of Innovation at CNES. We're going to talk about innovation, which is one of your specialisms, just off the back of this as well. Again, Europe hasn't seemingly produced the same amount of obvious innovation as perhaps other continents around. So how do you foster innovation? How do you create innovation? How do you set the right ecosystem for innovation? And how do you compare yourselves to the success of other continents?
Two answers. The first one is, forget SpaceX. We have ADS and TAS. We have two SATCOM leaders in the world. Remember, and they produce a business in Toulouse and Cannes, in France. And we always talk about new space and so on, blah, 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 blah. But the reality is the best company in the space sector, in SATCOM, are French. Yeah, don't forget that. That's the first answer, because we don't always talk about this answer, the launcher and so on. But launcher is with 10 billion euro. Space industry is 300 billion euro. Remember, 300. Then the solution is not launcher, it's always launcher, of course. And we have to develop and we have to be competitive. But the reality is we are competitive in Europe. And we are not the Silicon Valley. We don't have to copy the Silicon Valley. It would be stupid to compare with the Silicon Valley. The second answer is, you know how many people are working in the space sector in France? 60,000. You know how many people are working in Turpin Hospital in Toulouse? 60,000. And one hospital in Toulouse, the same number of people working in the space sector. And the space sector is not only the space industry. We have to think about the space globally. For example, to answer your question, we are working with CMA CGM, C Logistic, and they want to develop a company with us. It's the secret regarding cargo and logistic in the space. We are working with another company called Continental in Toulouse with autonomous vehicle. We are working with Sanofi regarding new medicine. We are working with SNCF and Deutsche Bahn regarding autonomous train and so on. Then we have to think the space sector, not only as the people producing satellite or launcher. We have to think globally what means space sector now. And we have a lot of big company, but we have a lot of new startups working in these downstream sectors. And I think we have to trust the future, because in this 10, 20 good company in Europe, we have about 12 in France, and in these 12 company, 12 startups, I'm sure we will have 2 or 3 unicorns in the future regarding Philippe Gauthier from Emeria, regarding Nicolas Gaume from Space Cargo, regarding NADB from the Inspiration Company. We have the people who can develop one of the big companies in the world in the future, not in Silicon Valley, not in Chicago or in China, in Toulouse, in France. Then, trust.
Well, you've made a great advertisement for Toulouse. And we're in Toulouse, and it's a wonderful place. UNIVERSEH is pan-European. So how are you going to embrace the rest of UNIVERSEH?
Yeah, the question is, standalone is no more possible for France, Germany, or Italy, or Great Britain, UK. It's no more possible. Then Europe is the only solution, and university is a DNA of the Europe. The network of universities is the DNA of Europe. Remember Middle Age, remember Aufklärung, Enlightenment, as the British say. That's the DNA of the university. We need university to develop this connection, because we can survive in France for the space sector, in Germany or in Italy, without thinking on European level. We have to compete what the Americans call the space dominance. That's a Cold War in the space industry. That's a Cold War, not only between China and the US, between China and Europe, between Europe and US. Remember that, they compete us. They want to destroy our employment, and we have to compete, and university is a key factor. I'm a university children then. I can oppose this thing. University is a key factor to develop a European point of view, a European philosophy, and a European ambition.
I'm going to turn to Tomasz, actually, because I know that you might need to dash off at a certain point, and you're going to just exit slowly if you need to do so. And just following up on this, because what's often said about the European mindset is all wonderful things, but sometimes averse to risk. Now, you sit with the EIF. You have a fantastic background. I haven't memorized it, but I know what it is. You invest a lot in the space sector, and the EIF, you can tell us more about the policy making with a view to space. And you can also input money, venture capital, for the risks necessary. And I know that you have some templates in Germany already that you can just copy paste and perhaps use in UNIVERSEH. So why are you involved as the EIF with UNIVERSEH? And tell us a little bit about what you've learned about the risk mentality for European SMEs, perhaps, and why that might also put a lid on innovation.
Thank you very much, Lisa. I don't know what UNIVERSEH needs, because definitely pitching skills you perfected. We have seen that in the previous session, right? So for sure, you need to improve on prototyping, because otherwise you won't get that second seat with the venture capitalist, right? No, but seriously, yeah, I mean, from EIF perspective, we are pan-European, so already it's a big asset. We operate across all EU member states, EU 27. I think what we bring to the table is definitely a network of our venture capital funds and private equity funds. We operate with around 500 partners across Europe, and it's in very different sectors. It is not only like in space. Space for us is reasonably new because we started to invest in space funds like 2-3 years ago. Some specialized players we've actually catalyzed, if you can say that, also brought additional investors to the table. There is a lot of funds that operate in ICT or digital. That ultimately we see cross-pollination between two type of businesses. A lot of new fund managers that we're going to see that we sponsor today are actually coming from deep tech space. We know that we need people in AI, blockchain, all of these domains that have already been talked about. And this is actually beautiful to see that these guys are coming very interested in space because there is an opportunity for commercializing space and then also, to have investments that are ultimately profitable. But today, what we see is that we don't have a lot of investors in this domain. They are coming step by step because it needs to be demonstrated that these ventures are successful and then they bring money. Today, who is in the funds together with us? We have some corporates, we have some space agencies, we have some financial institutions here and there, but we need much more, and this more will come with the professionalization of the venture space. We want to incubate new teams that will be the category leaders in space investing tomorrow, but this will of course take time. So the ecosystem today is quite early stage, and we have an ambition to professionalize it and to make more ecosystem collaboration. I was kind of preparing for this presentation. I was kind of thinking to say a statement that we don't operate in vacuum, but do we? Apparently, when we go to space, we need to operate in vacuum. But in order to operate effectively here, we need to team up on Earth in order to kind of make this vacuum operations really taking off, if I can say that. So it's a lot to be done. We are at the early stage of ecosystem building. We are fueled by the policy of European Union. We can make a difference. 500 million will be dedicated in the next programming period by us just purely to be fueling space-focused funds, which at the level of these funds, additional 500 million we made available. So 1 billion of venture, high-risk financing to be available to startups across Europe. This is to start with.
And just tell us a little bit more about the project you did back in Germany, in a German university, that you feel could be representative of something that could work with UNIVERSEH universities.
Absolutely. I think there are a lot of business models that need to be invented, but there are a lot of examples of the business models that do exist in other areas, not necessarily space, which can be, let's say, adapted. And they relate as well to collaboration between universities, family offices, venture capital investors or seed investors. And definitely with the European universities, we've been looking at this in two dimensions. One would be, classical technology transfer collaboration that is very fruitful and very necessary. And then with the UNIVERSEH, one can imagine, having a nice fund to be tagged along to the UNIVERSEH ecosystem that is fueling the transposition or transfer of good technologies into commercialization. It is also possible to imagine creating a scheme whereby we sponsor a number of students with a kind of a bit of grant money, then to see whether they can take off the ideas and then invest in the emerging ideas as a follow-on into these successful projects, to kind of not make students get out yet from university and to look for the funding, just make it embedded, make it holistic. So education, experimentation, and financing together in a good value proposition, because I think this is what will make the skills as well transferable and portable and useful for the corporates. Try to get them on the ground as soon as possible with a practical project that has then potential chance to be commercialized, and then university profits, students profit, and the ecosystem is richer. This is exactly the canvas that we can apply from other use cases, if I can say that, into practical application alongside UNIVERSEH. But it's beautiful that we have that richness of counterparts, because today we can think about what one can bring to the table, but the most fantastic part I will find is that we don't know yet where this collaboration will lead us to, because we need to listen to each other.
Thank you very much, Tomasz. And if at any point you need to just exit, thank you for your time already. But I know you've got another 15 minutes with us or so. Alessio, turning to you, you're currently a PhD student at the University of Luxembourg. You're sitting here in a marvelous set of people if you want to have some conversations afterwards for your future. But when you're thinking about your future, not to put you on the spot or anything, when you think about, I mean, you've come from Italy to Luxembourg, when you're thinking about the location of your studies and then possible job prospects, yet again, you've got the best round table ever for yourself. What do you think is important to you as a student, and what viewpoint do you hold then that you're going to feed into UNIVERSEH?
So, thank you for the question. I think as an expat and also as a student, so in a foreign country right now, I think it's pretty clear that there are two main factors for everyone. One is the career opportunities, and it's not only about the salary, it's also about, you know, how much you feel important, how much you think you can improve yourself. And this is very important, especially for my generation and for younger. And second one is also the quality of life. So last week, I saw a report, which was not very nice. It was about top-tier artificial intelligence researchers. And we produce, in Europe, 18% of top-tier AI researchers. In the United States, 20%. But in Europe, we retain 10% that work in our companies, in our institutions. In the United States, 60%, which is 6 times more. So I believe that quality of life-wise, we really, can compete on that, because I can tell you, by my experience, that Americans are more happy to live in Europe than we are living there. I can tell you that. I have many friends that are here and also there. So must be career opportunities, I guess. And also that we don't promote our culture as they do with theirs. So I think that UNIVERSEH fits very well in this scheme, because regarding quality of life, I think my generation is characterized by the Erasmus program. So this could be for sure a boost for this program, and to expand, you know, our diversity and everything that goes with it. And regarding career opportunities, I think it could be very interesting if companies can involve students early on, for instance, third year of bachelor, first year of master, with very interesting projects. So, you know, when you have already something prepared for the future, you don't look elsewhere. It's also natural. You want some stability, so you want to get involved soon and to know that you can progress with that in your closer to home, and not necessarily your birthplace, but still closer.
Yes, so
this is my wish for UNIVERSEH. Yeah.
Wonderful thoughts there, and they align with everything that we've heard so far from industry, from educational spheres, and from the young people as well. Very interesting point about the retention there in Europe. It seems very odd that the retention in Europe is lower than America, despite the quality of life.
This was artificial intelligence. I cannot speak about the space sector. Myself, I'm a data scientist, so for sure I read the report because I was looking for something else. About space sector, I don't know, might be similar, but since we talk about interdisciplinarity, I think we should have a broad view on every subject, and not only in space, if we want UNIVERSEH to work well.
It's, I think, a founding factor, the interdisciplinary cross-pollination of skills. Georges, turning to you. This whole discussion is about a symbiotic relationship between stakeholders, industry, and UNIVERSEH. So I want your thoughts on all of this and where you fit into the picture.
Thank you, Lisa. Stefan told that universities, they have 3 big missions, but maybe the oldest, and we speak centuries ago, is train students and propagate knowledge. Well, we can say that universities, we know how to do it. The question is that we don't know is how to make it sustainable, how to make sustainable training and teaching. This is very important. And to achieve this, this objective, I think there is a red carpet in the front of us. Is work hand in hand with industry, exchange with them in order to define the new job profiles for students in order to propose them better careers and not only train them better for the future, but mainly train the citizens of the future in order to serve better our society. This is the main objective, and what best, in my eyes, to offer them cross-discipline or interdiscipline training. Today in our universities, we are very monodiscipline. Teaching is very, how to say, very reducing for the future. We need really to open, to incorporate other aspects, not only science, not only engineering, not only electronics. We need to incorporate finance. We need to incorporate social science. And that is exactly what we are doing here in UNIVERSEH. Well, I think we can learn between partners. We can learn with people from industry working with us inside UNIVERSEH. And I wanted to react to a very interesting question that has been discussed in the previous roundtable. I agree with the director of ISAE that we cannot teach vision, but we can enable vision by teaching our students the right way and provide them all the necessary brickles in order to construct that vision. Then the vision is something personal, but if you have the brickles, you can do it, and this is our role today. And that I want to learn how to do it from the partners around the table here. Thank you.
That's a wonderful point, and you're bringing into my mind my old physics teacher at school who used to tell me it doesn't really matter what you go to university to learn, it will teach you how to learn, which is a wonderful concept as well.
Absolutely.
Well, I'm going to turn to you now, Pascal. You work with Adam Walters as co-leaders of the Working Project 3. It was mentioned earlier, of course, at great length by Adam. So I want you to tell us in your words about these collaborations with industry and if you've picked up any extra points here in the discussions today.
Yes, thank you, Lisa. Well, we work for or in the knowledge triangle, which is between research and technology, higher education and business. And in the universities and the schools of engineers, well, we already have cooperation with industries. Well, as it was mentioned before, we have industrial partners, big players such as TAS, Airbus, CNES, agencies like that, but also SMEs that I would like to thank for their fruitful partnership, because it's been years and years since we work with them, and it's quite interesting for us and for our students, and we want to go further. This cooperation is composed of lectures that the professionals from the industry come and have in our schools of engineers, but also on some projects that we all have together, because industry and research are part of our DNAs in the schools of engineers, and sometimes and oftenly the cooperation that we have on the teaching programs also have some consequences for research, because we can also identify interesting partners and define some interesting topics on which we can work together.
And I was just going to ask you again about the stakeholders and how they can become more part of these projects.
Well, my message is very simple. We need you. We need you. We need you. We need all of you. We need the academics. We need the big players, big companies. We need SMEs. We need you. Of course, as already mentioned, we are already work together, but there would be more difficulties in the future, and I think that UNIVERSEH will address these concerns. I would like to mention that the training programs will have to be more interdisciplinary. And European, and I would like to focus, to put the light on the European aspect of our projects. Because, well, we have some ongoing projects with industrial partners. I mean that we need your participation in defining the problem that has to be solved. um, um, helping us to manage the project during the whole project, and participating in the final jury, but at the European level, because we already do this locally. I mean, in some schools we have that kind of project, but in the future we'll have to raise these projects at the European level, and well, we have to manage the different things and the different disciplines, and to work together. We also have the student entrepreneur status, that something is worth mentioning. It helps the students to create their own startup that gives them, well, say, extra time, extra ECTS, and mentoring. And mentoring is very important for the students, to help them to create their own business. As mentioned before, the digital tools will be very helpful, and a problem-based learning will be in the heart of the programs that we want to define. And for that, industrial partners and the stakeholders will be central, will be at the heart of the answer to these problems that have been mentioned.
Thank you, Pascal. I feel you may have a point to make. You've been making lovely notes through the course of the conversation. Have you? Yeah.
Well, I can always, I had something in mind.
I'm going to give you the final word, because I saw you being very, very good there and making your notes. So I'm giving you the final word for the panel discussion.
Thank you very much. So, I mean, I've been talking a lot about what industry can expect from university, but there is also the other way around, that is what we can bring as industry to university. And I think that there is some sort of misconception in the difference between what industry needs and what academia or the like do. It's that people usually think that industry does applied things and academia does fundamental things, but that's not the case. Actually, I work with a lot. I'm developing a lot of quantum communication systems at the moment, and I'm working with a large number of laboratories, and they do extremely applied things. So that's not the problem. The thing that industry can bring in university is a different one, a different mindset that is how to make things operational. And it's not applied, it's operational, the right word. In the sense that when you are when you are industry, in the end you want to sell your thing. I mean, so you have to first make sure that you think about the thing globally in the way it will insert in the user's hand, but also you have to organize. And you can't just improvise all the time, as is somehow a little bit the case with academia, you know. You have to organize and to make sure that actually within a given reasonable lapse of time, you will have something operational in your hands, and you can propose that to potential customers. So I would insist on that. Industry can bring operationality.
That's a wonderful point to end, and it reminds me of Marek's. I'm mic'd up, thank you. Marek's point earlier about the need for system and process engineers. So it seems like a very useful skill. Well, remarkably, we're pretty much on time. So I know everybody wants to stretch their legs, have a coffee. Please do so, but please be in your seats for 5:15 so that we can really keep to time for the final roundtable of the day. Thank you. have to have. Well, that's timely. Thank you. Thank you. We're nearly on time. We're a little bit late, but I think we should start now with the final round table of the afternoon, and then we have a wonderful evening planned for all of you as well. So thank you for your attention and for coming back almost on time. So this round table, ensuring equal access of all students to a high-quality education. And notably, it's a round table of mostly females. This is the first time today. It's been the other way around. When we Isn't that lovely? It's actually, it's so diverse, it's leading to the opposite side. So please, let me welcome to the stage Elizaveta Chaskova from the UNIVERSEH Student Council Chair, and you're also a student at the University of Toulouse. Which one? Okay. Yes, with the microphone. Super.
Super.
And then, as you all know already, Birgitte Bergfall-Korreborn, Vice Chancellor of Luleo University of Technology. Bertrand Montubert, Coordinator of ASPI Friendly. Joanna West, coming from Luxembourg. She's the team leader for student services at the University of Luxembourg. Joanna, another Joanna, next to Joanna West, with a wonderfully difficult Polish name for me to pronounce, Hirkosh Pacina. Pacina. I'm going to call you Joanna P. and Joanna West. Joanna, there we go. Christina Stange-Bayos, Vice President for International Affairs at the University of Toulouse 3, Jean Jaurès. Linnea Hoffenberg, who's come all the way from Luleo, student representative of Luleo University of Technology. And finally, Habte Gilay, who was a student at the University of Luxembourg and is now working at EY. So welcome to you all. Lovely to have you here. And since I have you all here, I'm going to start with student voices, because when it comes to UNIVERSEH, one of the premises for UNIVERSEH is to start with the student voice and to have the student voice. And I'm going to turn to you, Linnea, first of all. You're a student at Luleo University of Technology, Sweden, of course. It's very far north in Sweden itself. I actually looked it up on a map, and I was surprised at how far north it really is. So, for you, what are the issues that you and your friends face, what you have to deal with when it comes to mobility, for instance? You're already moving quite a long way from home to go to study, and I'm using that as a perspective for UNIVERSEH, where people can.
Well, thank you. I want to start off to say what an honor it is to represent all of the students from Luleå. As you said, it's very far north in Sweden. I, as well as 2/3 of the students, move more than about 900 kilometers just to be in Luleå. And this distance is both geographical, but also social. You move to this strange environment that is very dark, and it's very cold up there, and you're leaving friends and family behind. So it's not for everyone. Not everyone wants to move up there, but those who do have these life-changing challenges in front of them, like making new friends and just to settle down in a new city. And when I talk about settle down, we also have another issue, which is financial. Just this vast distance, results in very increased expenses, such as like travel, clothing, food, maybe other things that you need to buy because you can't borrow from your family, you can't see your friends if they have anything. So you need to buy everything yourself, and not every store is up there either. So, you don't have a lot of choices when it comes to finance. We do have student loans and grants, and they are a great support, but they doesn't really help when you're trying to move. This move does take it takes a lot. And if you don't have the savings, some might choose to work a few years just to save up some and then, move. But then you lose some years and might, affect you later on in the working life, or you get stuck in the job.
Thank you very much for these points. It's very humbling to hear about them, to hear. My microphone still on, it's still working. I've still got battery. There we go. It's proximal to my mouth now, which helps. I was just saying thank you, Linnea, for all of those points. On the point of Luleo and advertising it, I think you need to speak to Gilles Rabin from CNES, who is so excellent at advertising Toulouse that I'm sure he can do a very good marketing job on Luleo for you as well. So you two can meet up later. Habte, now you have a very interesting background from Eritrea to Luxembourg. So tell us a little bit about that journey and how you've got here.
Okay, first of all, I would like to say thank you so much for getting this opportunity. And to tell in a short way, so I came from Eritrea. It has been now 13 years since I left Eritrea. So my first destination was in Sudan. After that, I went to Egypt. So I have lost quite a bit time in Sudan and Egypt. After that, I left to Israel. So until 2018, I was in Israel, it means. But after April 2008, I arrived in Luxembourg, and I'm a beneficiary of international protection, in which I thank to the state and the people of Luxembourg. And at the same time, I am a beneficiary of the inclusivity and the diversity policy of University of Luxembourg to get a chance and study at the university. And this summer, I completed my master in wealth management, and currently I'm working as auditor in asset management at EY.
That's an incredible story. I can't imagine what your journey would have been. But how did Luxembourg help you? Did you have any educational background? Did Luxembourg have to transpose any of these papers? There are so many bureaucratic thresholds for whatever a normal person is to get through these hoops. How did you manage all of this?
Yeah, there were a lot of challenges actually, especially Joanna West. She knows it very well. We had been with her like now 3 years and more, I think. So at the beginning, I have challenges regarding getting my evidences about my period studies. So leaving your country informal way to get the formal, documents, it makes it very difficult and inaccessible. So in order to get these documents, most of them I had it, but the most important other parts also I hadn't it at the same time. So I have to search it and get it at any cost in order to continue. But for the meantime, I started studying in Chiron program, which is non-profit. But Chiron program, even though they help for e-learning, but at the end of the day, staying with them and studying for 2 years, they don't give validation of your studies. It means they don't give you a certificate. And they don't guarantee also if you can join to the university at the same time. So it was really problematic. So I was in contact with Joanna West, which is the inclusion office, for almost 1 year, in which how can I study, or how can I join to the university? But finally, after many tries, which was not easy, I got accepted in Master in Wealth Management.
Well, you chose a very sensible course there for Luxembourg, another part of the Luxembourg pillars of industry there. Turning to you now, as the third student on the panel, Elisabetta, you're a master's student in aerospace engineering. So pulling these stories together and everything else that you're aware of in your role as chair of the UNIVERSEH Student Council, what are the main concerns that you see for students about a career in space, which is what we're talking about here today, or concerns for students more generally of your generation?
So actually, I think that the main concern for not only space students, but all the students, is the one that Line already talked about, the financial, the financial issues. And one way that could help solve these issues is working in parallel with your studies. And of course, there are some apprenticeship programs that exist. We talked a bit about that this morning. Actually, I looked at some numbers for European countries, and for most of them, less than 20% of students are doing these, while in France, for example, 3/4 of students experience financial problems. And so maybe we could work in parallel to our studies to help us with the financial issues. And that's, for example, what I've done during my bachelor at the University of Strasbourg. And it can be very difficult because many studies are very demanding in time and in effort, and schedules are not very adaptable. So the University of Strasbourg is not here today, but that's where I had the opportunity to work. And they offered me this opportunity by creating positions for students at the universities with very adaptable schedules. Students could follow the classes and study at the same time more easily. Right now, so I'm doing my master, I have less time for that. And another thing that universities could do, I think, would be to open some time slots to let students work. And for example, at Isaïe Sipairo, so my school right now, we have a free time slot every Thursday. So right now it's mainly for clubs and extracurricular experiences. And I think that's a really great thing for space students because there are always so many opportunities, hackathons, contests to participate on. But the one problem might arise here is that some students cannot use these opportunities to get the experience and then get a better job because they have to work right now. And I think that really could help is to recognize the student jobs, like, for example, a bonus in the diploma or something like that. So it would be nice to think about that. And the last point I wanted to make is that, as I told you, we have many things to do. So the studies, the jobs, the extracurricular activities. Also, we're trying sometimes to get some personal life. And with that, many students feel overwhelmed and stressed, and because of that, some mental health problem can arise. And fortunately, lately, many things are done toward solving this issue. For example, I think the French government announced last week that the consultation with the mental health specialists will be reimbursed by the Social Security. So things are getting better, but I think very important and nice. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Elisabetta, and thank you to all of the students here for your thoughts and your opinions, which are absolutely so vital for the foundation of the UNIVERSEH and the courses coming up in the future. Now, a lot of you have spoken about finance. You now work in finance. So it's obviously one of the extremely important points when it comes to university. Birgitta, I'm going to turn to you because I want to talk to you more fundamentally about, you have a long experience, who gets the chance to go to university, because it's one of the founding principles of UNIVERSEH to open it to all, and it's a founding principle of actually the European Union, that everybody should have access to education. So tell us, in your experience, who's had the opportunity to access higher education in Sweden and how you go about changing that.
As you say, I mean, I think the guiding rule that we have and that the European Union in many different ways discuss quite a lot is this equal access to higher education. And I think very often we have the view that in our systems, it's the grades. So when we think on, if there's not place for everyone who wants to study, how do we select them? And I think that's an extremely important process, because now more and more research shows that higher studies makes a better life. There's of course many things that are linked to who, as you are pointing at, who gets the better life, who gets the opportunity to study. But we see the link is extremely clear. And the way that we usually do this is by grade. And what we see then is that not all people have an equal opportunity to have good grades. And in Sweden, as in many, many other countries, we see that the significant question when we see who goes to higher education and not is, have your parents a university degree or not? So we see that this system that seems extremely, objective and equal, to some extent isn't as equal as we had hoped for. So I really liked the things that the students brought up. How do we lower the boundaries for people who don't have parents that have a university degree, that don't think that studies are for them? And I think that loan and student loan and are one really important thing. I also think that it's extremely important to open up so you can, this lifelong learning, so that no matter when you feel that you're ready, you might not be ready when you're 18 or 20, that you have the opportunities. So all these discussions that we have on the importance of the lifelong learning is very often discussed from the perspective that once you have a job, you have a career, and then you need the lifelong learning. But we need to have open access to higher education throughout people's lives. I think that's extremely important. And I think that one possible way is what we call work-integrated learning, which is exactly what you talked about, to make it possible for people to work and study at the same time. And then you don't need to take a loan, and very often you feel that you have a security, and most probably you have a job after your studies. So I think that's very good. But I think also we need to find a broader variety in how people can access higher education. And I think grade is one, but I think we need to look at other ways. And I think throughout Europe, we have other ways of doing that, but they are usually we don't use them that much, but they are available. You can do interviews, you can do practical tests. So there is a variety, but it's very seldom used. And I think that's the key if we want to broaden the scope on who accesses higher education.
And turning to you again, you're from Sweden. I think everybody knows that by now. It's known as a very egalitarian society. And from what I know, the research shows that even from a young age, where girls and boys are brought up the same, you still have more boys choosing engineering and more girls choosing perhaps nursing or teaching, for example. So is there an innate difference in the choices, the open choices to the genders? And if so, why should we be striving for diversity at the higher level?
Exactly as you say, and that's kind of a strange thing, that very often we look at Sweden and we say, we're one of the most equal countries, but we're also one of the countries with the biggest gender gap. So in Sweden, a lot of people choose their education very much linked to the norm of what is female and what is male. We also see that in Sweden, there's a high percentage of women going to higher studies because they have better grades. So when we look at the number of students that being examined, 64% of them in Sweden is women and 34% is male. So that's a big difference. There's a 15% higher percentage of females with higher education compared to men. So those are really significant differences that we really need to work on. And then on top of that, as you say, the only subject where men are more are in larger numbers is the engineering educations. And in one way it's good that we have one, but we need to have more equal educations. So we need to make sure that students have a possibility to choose an education after their choice, their abilities, and not be so governed by what is seen as male and female as we see today. And I think that means that school from really, really young ages needs to work with this issue.
Thank you. It's very deep, and I think not fully explored concept yet, probably philosophical as well. We'll come back to that later. Joanna P. I'm going to call you Joanna P. Over to you. You're working on Working Project 6, which is part of the UNIVERSEH framework. So tell us about this. And I know you're working with, well, the two Joannas are working on this. So tell us about the program.
Thank you. So in our work package 6, we are concentrating on bringing more inclusiveness and diversity. And this is, as you said already, a very complex matter. So we are tackling it throughout many direct actions that we are taking on. But today, I think I would like to concentrate on few that are key aspects. We heard today many times the phrase, space is hard. And I would like to highlight that this phrase is very exclusive. It makes space sciences very exclusive. And it makes it very exclusive, especially for certain groups of people, especially for those who feel less self-confident. And the low self-confidence is not the same as low qualifications. So people who tend to perceive space sciences as something very exclusive are oftentimes women, minorities, people from more modest backgrounds. And this is something that we really would like to address because the interest, the passion for space is out there. We have recently conducted a study among students. How do they perceive space sciences? If this is something that they are keen on. And they really are, and this is brilliant because the huge part of our work is done. People are already interested in space sciences, so we don't have to convince them that this is something interesting. But when we ask them, do you want to work in space industry, most of the answers, and I have to repeat that these are engineering students from technical university, very, very intelligent students, the most common answer is, it's not for me, it's too difficult. I'm not good enough to work in this field. And this is something very difficult to change. So especially amongst those groups that I already mentioned. So we are trying to bring some role models. So you will be able to see the videos, the video testimonials that we have prepared of various women involved in space sciences, talking about their journey, their experiences. We are trying to work with high schools to engage more, even younger people in space sciences, to show them that this is actually the path that you can choose, and the sentiment, the space is hard, is probably true. It is hard, but we shouldn't put the full stop there. So I would suggest to change the mindset from space is hard, period, to space is hard, but you can do this. This is something that you absolutely are capable of if you put your time in, if you put your heart into it. It's absolutely something manageable, although it's a rocket science, so to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Joanna. That's put so beautifully. And I don't know where Olivier Lebre is sitting. I hope he's still with us. Oh, he's not here anymore. Well, those of you who know Olivier Lebre, he is the man who said space is hard. And so perhaps we need to have a conversation with him to say space is hard, but ... Thank you. Joanna West. You're working together on this project, but today is the first time you've met in person, I believe, which is one of the most wonderful things about UNIVERSEH. It's really bringing people who, well, apart from COVID, where we've all been locked away from one another for a long time, it's bringing people from other countries to work together on fascinating projects. And you're really working on something completely new here, so it must be incredibly exciting. Tell us about the work that you're doing.
Yes, so we are a group from Work Package 6 who are all passionate about inclusion, diversity and equity. We all work in the field and we're all promoting it in our respective universities. We have a number of different topics that we're trying to work on that have been identified as the key topics in this area. So the main topics are gender, socio-economic background, students with specific needs, developing links with high schools, as Joanna said, and also students with a migrant or refugee background. So one of the other nice things about the project is that we have to define inclusion, because I think the word is used all over the place, inclusion and diversity. But really, when you dig down just a little bit, the definitions there are quite loose. And I think UNIVERSEH gives us the opportunity to really define what inclusion is, what it means to people, what it means on our campus, what it means in our communities. And then, once we have that definition, to be able to build towards making our communities and campuses more inclusive. So,
have you come up with a definition yet?
No. So we're working on it. So, but we have already done a number of projects really to raise awareness. We've had a staff conference that took place where we invited internal and external stakeholders to really have quite a big discussion about what each of our universities offer. What's already offered in the community and what should be offered to make sure that our campuses are more accessible and that people think that university is an option for them. I think inclusion has been mostly based on access, but it's not just about access. So I think now we're at the point where we've sent out the invite to the party and now we have to plan the party. So, and this is difficult. I mean, there's been great strides towards access to university in terms of admissions processes and also financial support for students. But now we have to really think about, well, how do our students feel when they're on campus? What are their experiences? And I know that not all students have the same experience on campus. So this we need to look at and understand what are the pillars that we need to put in place so that every student that comes on campus is able to thrive and reach their full potential.
And feel included whilst they're there. Thank you. Christina, turning to you. I know that you're involved in this very much as well, and I think particularly have a focus on languages and inclusivity through languages.
Yes, thank you, Lisa. So first of all, I wanted to say that I'm thrilled to be here, even if I'm freezing. Finally, to see all the partners in person, because I helped set up the project. So today I'm here on a political level and also because I'm working with the Joannas in WP6, so I'll be brief. And just give an example of what we can do to help, because the objective of this work package is to tackle barriers students face when it comes to joining higher education in general and studying abroad in particular. And among the groups we are targeting here, like students with specific needs or students from disadvantaged backgrounds, women, etc. There are the migrants and refugees. And even more than other students, they face barriers both to mobility and to foreseeing a career in the space sector, of course. Among those barriers preventing them from integrating into higher education, there is the recognition of qualifications. This is a key issue, especially when they come from outside the European Union, but also language skills. And here I think we can help to make them study ready, to say so, and I wanted to highlight an initiative from Toulouse University called DILAMI, Dispositif Langue Accueil Migrant in French. It's a migrants language welcome scheme which assists migrants in their social, academic, and professional integration. And this training promotes the development of linguistic and intercultural skills. It brings the learners to acquire the B2 level in French, which is required here at university. There is also an education in French citizenship and an opening to the cultural life of France and Toulouse. And each year this course welcomes 60 learners who study French as foreign language at 3 of Toulouse university sites as Toulouse 3 and Toulouse 2. And I wanted to stretch this program because university is also about sharing best practices, and that's what I'm just trying to do.
Thank you, Christina. Turning to you, Bertrand, you have a very fascinating organization called ASPI Friendly. You have a microphone in your hand. I would like you to tell us what ASPI Friendly stands for and who you work with and why.
Thank you. So ASPI Friendly is a program which is hosted by the Université Fédérale de Toulouse. It gathers 25 universities in France now, and it is devoted to the inclusion of autistic students in universities. So what we do is that we try to, first of all, to see who are the potential students of universities. Some of them just follow studies like anybody. Some of them have dropped off high school before, and we offer opportunities to get back to university. And then we try to accompany them inside the university and towards employment. What is important is that autism is a neurodevelopmental condition, which means that they have an other intelligence. They are not less or more intelligent from other people. They are differently intelligent. And I like the fact that you were mentioning in WP6 student with specific needs. You didn't speak of disability. You didn't speak of something which might make us think they would be, in a way, in a lower condition than others. They are in a different condition. And this different condition is something very rich. Diversity is something extremely rich, and I would like to insist on that, because obviously equal access is something which is very deep in our European values, and I'm very happy that the UNIVERSEH program has it directly as a work package. We must also think that diversity is already today considered as a competitive advantage. I was referring, when we talked before, to a recent article from Richard Branson, the CEO of Virgin, who was really stating that and himself is from neurodiversity, I think. Neurodiversity is or diversity more generally, is very important in companies. If we welcome people, it's not only, even if it's very important, to be fair. It's important to be fair, but also, if we want to have better companies, we need to have different views on what we do in companies, in organizations. And people from the diversity can provide it. So when we work with autistic students, like when we work with migrants or whatever, it's with two objectives. The first one is to be fair. The second one is to get better. And the last thing I would like to say is that when we work in the ASPI Friendly program, in a way, we look at the specificities of a very small number of students. Well, very small. We follow more than 400 students in France. It's not that small. But anyway, compared to the total number of students, we can think, well, it's really small. But the difficulties they may have in universities point out the problems of universities, and they help us to make universities better. And when we work with them, we try to find solutions to the difficulties they may have. And these solutions are not only good for these autistic students, they are usually good for every student. So when we work for them, we work for everybody, and we enhance the quality of university.
It's absolutely fascinating, and I know we've had the gender debate for a very long time. Well, when I say a very long time, shortened in the scale of education, but male-female roles, that's been discussed for a long time. We're still not there, wherever there needs to be. I don't think we even quite know what there means yet, like the definition of inclusion. But when you're talking about diversity, yes, it's now factual that a company who has a diverse team will have a competitive advantage. They will actually economically succeed. They'll have more innovative ideas. When it comes to educational frameworks or industry or organizational frameworks, when we bring a diverse team together, we all have to operate in a certain way as well. We're all streamlined, even in a classroom, to operate within scaffolding that's put in place. It's not elastic scaffolding. So how do you manage that? I open this up to the floor, really, as the final question due to time. How do you manage to put in place a structure, a scaffolding, either in industry or in education, where you can also have the diversity that allows for innovation and greater thought? Joanna.
Yeah, that is a really great question, because we see a lot of reports, a lot of empirical research showing that team diversity brings higher innovation, brings better solutions, brings creativity, and even in companies it's implemented due to its benefits, specific financial benefits. But it's also important to remember that diversity also may bring a lot of conflict, because if we have a mix of very different people, the conflict is very bound to show up. So it's not only the only best solution is to bring diversity and see what happens. So the maybe one answer to your question would be to bring diversity mindfully, to prepare people for diversity, not to just throw them into one pot and expect them to get along. So we need to be prepared for working with different people from different backgrounds, to show them what kinds of difficulties there might be. As you already mentioned, we started to work in this project, people from different countries, from different backgrounds, academic, business, NGOs, administrative, and so on. And we didn't even met, we didn't know each other, we started to work online. And this is bound to bring many cultural differences, age differences, and so on. So to be prepared for what may come with diverse group. And I think it starts with university, with education. I think, to be honest, students are better than us with this aspect, because they are involved in many organizations, students' organizations, international students' organizations. They start projects internationally. They learn to get along with students from different countries. And I think they do it intuitively, and it's a profound experience and profound gift for them, for their future. It prepares them for next steps in their careers. So I would say that, in my opinion, this would be the key component.
Thank you. Habte, would you like to follow up?
Yes, but I should speak according to my experience, to be honest. So in order to get to this kind of diversity that includes everyone, so like she said, it starts from the university. So we do have in Luxembourg, in the university, which is dedicated for refugees, for example. So as I have a refugee background, so when I can say particularly in this sector, there is a lot of things that the university can do. Actually, our university is doing a lot of things. It is helping a lot of students, but I know still students who are very genius, but they can't access this opportunity, studying. So I think the university should take extra step and help students in order to complete their studies and meet the objectives that they are mentioning. Thank you.
Thank you, Habte. Congratulations to you and everything that you've achieved with the support of other people like the wonderful Joanna here. Joanna West. I know you've been instrumental in this success.
Yes, I think it is the time also to mention it now. I would like to say thank you, Johanna, and thank you also to our university, because I'm speaking also in front of my rector. I would like to say also thanks so much.
It's wonderful to have you on this panel. One thing we haven't really touched on when we've spoken about diversity, which I view as almost lateral diversity from gender point of view, neurodiversity, diversity of socioeconomic backgrounds, countries, where we've come from, literally, whether it be a war zone or a very padded, luxurious background. We haven't spoken about age, and you, Birgitte, mentioned about lifelong learning. So how can, we've also mentioned at great length today, cross-pollination of subjects. How can we bring age, more of a longitudinal learning profile, into UNIVERSEH?
One thing, at least in Sweden, we see that the students are becoming a bit older, but older in this case is perhaps 25, so it's not 40 or 50, but they are becoming a bit older. And I think that the distance learning and net-based learning is one, either the reason for it or the possibility of it. So we see that if you have a family and it's difficult for you to move, then net-based learning is possible, and then it becomes easier if you are a bit older. But I think, as you say, with lifelong learning, we need to start also defining what we mean, and also today, at least in many countries, we separate what we call our traditional education, and then we have the lifelong learning. And you would think, wouldn't it be better if those were integrated? So the people with working experience brings that to the table as well, and the people without that, they can give the older students something that they might not have. And another benefit is for all these people coming from different organizations, meeting the young students, it's a great possibility for them to start seeing, okay, this is a good person. Perhaps we should see, if we can offer them a summer job, an internship, because this is a person we really would like to employ in the future. So I would say that I think that we need to start integrating work and education throughout life, which really lifelong learning is. And I think we should start thinking if we should integrate the students that we think of in our ordinary education with the lifelong learning students. And I think that would be a better synergy.
Thank you so much. I know we could talk about this subject for a very long time, and hopefully we can discuss further this evening. But for time reasons, I have to leave it there. Now, just for the final word, I would like to invite back on stage Philippe Rimbaud to give the final vote of thanks. Thank you. Thank you all.
So, dear stakeholders, I don't want to be too long now, because it's time of social program, and I think that everybody needs to meet each other in a way, in a different way. The program announced a conclusion, but in my opinion, we don't need now a conclusion. We don't need now a conclusion, because this day is a start, and we have to go on the way we have begun to draw this afternoon together. That's why I would like to give the floor to my colleagues, just for a word, an impression, something about you want to highlight of this first day of meeting, of physical meeting.
I think that the thing that comes to mind first is just the extreme joy of meeting each other face to face. The joy, like we saw with Joanna and Joanna, this joy, been working for a year, having these digital meetings, and now we actually meet. And I think you see how quickly we feel that we get to know each other when we meet in a physical form compared to Teams. So that's my first feeling. my second is it's so nice to hear about everything that has happened during this time, and also all the learning that have arrived in what we need to do. So really feeling that a lot have happened, and we have also identified a lot of things that we think this needs to be done. So that's my two reflections.
Well, the first thing that comes to mind is friendship, and it goes back to what you said. We've met many times virtually. For the first time, we meet in an in-person mode, and yes, we are partners. But I think all universities and ourselves are friends, and that is very good for the future. I also enjoyed very much meeting the stakeholders. And in the stakeholders, I include everyone. I think the students are probably our most important stakeholder, but the industry, the political leaders are all extremely important for us. We are partners, and hopefully we will become friends as well as time passes. This is very important for the future of UNIVERSEH.
Thank you, Brigitte. Thank you, Stefan. Just a word to say that my feeling is that everybody, all the partners, were really fully involved for considering that space is really a huge challenge, a challenge for education, a challenge for research and innovation, and I'm really happy to see that our students are already involved in the reflection and are already actors, players of this reflection. So I think it's really a good thing, because we are trying to draw a university for future. We are trying to draw a university for Europe, and we have to make this with the young generation. So it's a kind of hope that you have opened today, and I hope now that we will be able to develop this hope and to make it true. So thank you for your collaboration. Thank you for coming here in Toulouse. And we have tomorrow, between the academic partners, many meetings to develop our reflection. I'm sure that it will be an important step for us, and that there will be many other steps in the next few years. Thank you very much. And now we have social program.
Just before we have the final
Just
prize.
a final stuff, because our two engineers, are more or less here. Wait, prepare. Actually, they have understood that they went wrong the first time, so they will come back to explain everything. I hope so, if I can. If you can, si vous pouvez afficher mon ordinateur sur l'écran, thank you. Okay, here we are. Working.
Ah oui. Ah, yes, thank you.
Thank you. Yes, hi again. So some of you came to see us during the break and asked us, how do you do it?
So this time we will explain you precisely everything, so you will understand.
You're ready to see the explanation?
Okay.
Donc les gens ont majoritairement suivi la voie de ce qu'on appelle la théorie des supercordes.
La théorie des cordes est une approche absolument fascinante qui tente d'unifier l'ensemble des interactions fondamentales que nous connaissons.
Si on pouvait regarder une particule avec un microscope extrêmement puissant, au lieu de voir une particule ponctuelle, on verrait une corde vibrant dans un espace-temps à plus que 4 dimensions.
Donc en fait, c'est un magnifique pas en avant vers l'unification. Les cordes, c'est comme les portes. Soit elles sont ouvertes, soit elles sont fermées. Donc une corde ouverte, c'est une corde qui a 2 extrémités libres. Et entre les deux, ça vibre d'une certaine façon. Une corde fermée, c'est une boucle qui vibre également avec des modes vibratoires. Donc dans ce schéma, toutes les particules élémentaires se réduisent à 2 types d'objets, cordes ouvertes ou cordes fermées.
String theory, when they vibrate, they produce the particles themselves.
Alors l'idée est très jolie parce que ça voudrait dire que toute particule est représentée par le même objet, une corde. Et c'est la façon dont la corde vibre qui nous fait dire que tantôt, si elle vibre de cette façon, c'est un photon. La même corde vibrant d'une autre façon, c'est un proton ou un électron.
Personne ne sait si cette théorie est la bonne. Mais le point important, c'est que si cette théorie est juste, alors il faut imaginer que l'espace-temps a plus que 4 dimensions. Il en a 10, par exemple.
Was it clear enough? Yeah? Okay, cool.
So you start to understand now that string theory is behind everything, behind the teleportation concept. And we thought you might be interested as well with a new product that we are launching today as well. It's a little spray. It contains much less plutonium than the teleport.
It's even legal. Yes.
You can buy it on our website. And it allows to put into low Earth orbit smaller objects.
For instance,
yeah,
a
we
leak.
can try.
So what you have to do is just to spray it
exactly
all around.
So we won't put the whole leak into low Earth orbit this time, just
small pieces. Oh.
Small pieces.
Be careful. Oh,
Ça, c'est
it's okay. Is it normal?
What?
The blood.
The blood is green. Yes,
Ah,
it's
yeah,
perfectly
so
normal.
It's perfectly normal. So you can.
No, it's okay. No, it's fine.
Well, maybe we won't satellize anything today, but before leaving this place, we wanted to share with you the genesis of our project.
Ah, yes. Yeah. So that's the little story which kicked off the teleportation project. We were both in the engineering school. It was late at night.
Very late.
And we tried an experiment which involved a bottle.
And a glass.
Engineering school.
Sorry about that.
And it's a mind experiment. You can all do it. The goal of this experiment was to make the bottle travel from here to here.
And the glass from here to here.
Right? Very simple. We will try to do this experiment together now to show you that teleportation
And
exists.
for this, we will put you under hypnosis. Yes? Really?
Yeah?
Firstly, can you breathe deeply, all together? Yes, like that.
Very good. Uncross your arms.
Uncross your
Don't be afraid.
legs.
Uncross your arms. Your
Yeah,
legs.
you can uncross your hair if you have still some. Yeah.
Yeah. You okay?
And
you will focus on the glass and on the bottle. At the count of 3, they'll swap. At one,
the bottle is gone.
2,
the glass is gone.
3,
they
swapped.
swapped. Hypnosis, yeah.
I have the glass.
And the bottle is here. Yes.
We hope you enjoyed.
Thank you very much. Some of you seem a bit skeptical about teleportation or hypnosis.
Yes?
I don't know, but
okay.
I don't know.
In that case, we'll do even more difficult.
No.
Huh?
Bah non.
Yeah. No, but don't worry. Now that the glass is here and the bottle is here, we'll do even better. We'll do the travel back. Okay?
Ah, yeah. Yeah.
So the bottle will come back here.
And the glass here, yeah.
But this, we don't need hypnosis. Just by doing this, believe it or not, the bottle is here.
And the glass is here.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We are called... we are les incompressibles.
Yeah, you can find us online and buy the little
plutonium
spray.
spray.
It's very helpful.
Some are still skeptical, but...
You didn't believe about teleportation?
No, so much.
Maybe let's put some music.
Hi, everybody. Today we will interview James Brown. How are you doing, Mr. Brown?
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We hope you enjoyed the conference, Toulouse and everything. And don't be afraid about teleportation, because you know that space is not always about physics, it's also about dreaming the impossible. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
I'm muted. Thank you so much to them and to everybody else who's spoken this afternoon. And it's almost time for a drink. Thank you, Toulouse, for hosting us, for all of the organizers, and for everybody who's participated in the day-to-day UNIVERSEH and all of the work you have for the future together. The very best of luck with that. You probably already know there's now an organized tour for Cité de l'Espace, followed by cocktail dinner, a show at the planetarium, and lots of networking to come. Thank you so much for listening to me. Have a wonderful evening.